I didn't mean to open that. Let me see. Oh my gosh. I'm not streaming beyond all reason. Oh, I need to fix that. Oh my gosh. Just chatting. Boom. Okay. And then, do I need to fix that on YouTube as well? Category. Entertainment. Yes. Just regular. Okay. And then back to Twitch, my channel. That one is live. Cool. This one's here. Based. And then this one is also here. Cool, 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 cool. Okay. I'm gonna join the Twitter space, I think. Okay. Let me pop this here, pop that there. Go on x.com. Okay.
This downward spiral that never stops. It's creates something called stagflation, where and this gets into like some heavy economics, so maybe I'll spare you guys that. But the idea is the system itself is constantly contradicting itself, and instead of resolving it, they allow it to crash, and they instead
Hi, Hegelian Mischief.
take up barbarous action, against the working class, so to recover control and to restore their own
How are you doing
wealth.
today? I hope you're doing
So
well.
one of these things, like for example, the crash of '08, right, where they bailed the banks out, that was at our expense. I mean, their system
Oh,
failed,
wait,
they
you
failed. We
can't
could
see
have let them
this.
fail. We should have let them fail, but we didn't. We couldn't because they already controlled
Well,
the politicians. They already controlled the whole damn
the
thing.
excuse was that they were too big to fail. So if they were fail,
But that's
if
not
they
true.
failed, it would have dragged the entire economy down with them, right?
No, it would necessitate we attempt a new type of economy. That is because the alternative is socialism, right? Socialism actually works. Socialism, as we can see over in China, continuously prospers, and all with all the predictions. Oh, and China's going to fail next, and China's going to fail next. It just never happens. And it's not gonna, because they've accounted for the boom bust cycle and stabilized their economy. Hell, the Soviets did it way back in the day. The only reason that they faltered is because they started shifting towards a social democracy model, because Khrushchev and all of them. So
And they faltered too because
yeah.
they were very concerned with the arms race against the U.S.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of factors that went into the collapse of the Soviet Union, but ultimately what happened was they hadn't lost their taste for Westernization, and they fucked up. I mean, you can spin it any number of ways, but I think that as a just general statement, that pretty much covers the overall trend of what was going on there. But dialectics is something. It's a process that creates contradictions, and the contradictions resolved by sublating, or I should say elevating, um the scenario, the situation, into a higher level, basically creating solutions. So um uh kind of like, okay, uh you know what, I'm really bad at these, pulling it from memory. I wish I could. There's this amazing explanation of dialectics that Engels does, where he relates it to an acorn, like the oak, right? It's a seed, but it's an oak, but it's a seed, but it's an oak. Well, at every stage, yes, it is an oak, but it keeps on, coming, going to a higher stage. It is in the process of becoming, and it is a constant process of becoming. And once it's finally matured, it reproduces itself and it creates more. And
That's a good
that
meme.
one acorn isn't an acorn, it's a forest, right? But the dialectic keeps on because the idea is the dialectic just keeps on growing and growing and growing until it becomes its highest form. That's what communism seeks to do through productive forces.
How are you doing, status, dude?
Tree that hogs everything and prevents growth.
Now, I was in space last night. Timmy was hosting, and she had a guest on who was debating ACP members. This guest, his name was Adrian. He was born in Cuba. He was raised there, and he lived there for like 20 years until
Oh,
he
this is the
came
kind of
to the
pizza guy.
U.S. Yeah. He's a journalist. He's a journalist. Yeah.
Okay.
And he was talking about how the Cuban government purposely makes people dependent on the government for all types of subsistence. And from what I was getting at was, well, how I interpreted that was he was saying that the government created a monopoly where they were the they were the controllers of everything, and they made the people dependent on the government so that they could never overthrow them. Is that correct in my analysis? What he was saying?
I mean, that's his claim. It's, dubious, but, yeah, that's what he said.
Now, I've seen some documentaries. I've asked him a question. I said, because he was under the impression that any type of source of information from Cuba was tainted with government propaganda and all types of misinformation. So I asked him, where can I get information that is not biased, that's impartial? He told me YouTube, but even YouTube videos
What?
even YouTube videos though are partial as well and biased, because whoever's making that YouTube video is gonna make things portray things in their own way. So no matter how much you try, everybody's gonna be biased. Every type of content that you see out there on the internet is gonna be biased one way or another.
Thank you for
All right,
hopping
question
in. It
for
was
you.
nice seeing you.
This
So,
is a
so
simple one. So, if would you say that scientists, and I mean scientists, like imagine the most ideal, right? The ones that just apply the scientific method, which is that whole.
Oh my gosh, I didn't mean to leave that. I didn't realize on my phone I can reset it and it doesn't do that.
In submitting conclusions and findings to peer review, right? So say someone is devoted to that process and that process alone. Is that not a bias?
Thank you. Have a great night.
the scientific process.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the process was designed to be unbiased, right? But no matter
Well,
what, though,
no.
if you're a human
It
being, you're going to be biased no matter what.
Right. So, well, here's my point though. If you were the most autistically like devoted to the scientific method, that is still a bias. And any kind of opinion that you put out, upon, like you say, hey, everybody, we need to go do the scientific method. Jesus, let's stop, fucking around here. We're really shitting the bed, making all these guesses and being dogmatic and acting, irrational. I mean, that right there is, propaganda, because propaganda
Yeah,
is literally everything that, you put out where you say, this is what should happen, or this is what is happening, and this is, my particular context and how I view it and the narrative behind it. So it's all propaganda. And, him saying, well, you have to find out. There is no unbiased source. That's true. But there are good biases. There are good biases. If you're devoted to the scientific method, then that's a good bias. That's taking objective, rational and measurable, concrete facts, things that, can be reproduced over and over and over again and without inconsistencies, and then, prioritizing that. Well, Marxism is the socioeconomic version, or of the scientific method applied to political economy. And we are biased. We are absolutely biased. You better fucking believe we're biased because we love our science. It's an actual science. It's conducted through measurables, and we experiment with it. We quite literally do. We create theories, then we put them in practice, and then we observe what worked, what didn't, and then we improve on it. And there's the dialectic right there. It's not an actual do this and you get this outcome. It is a constant process of improving and never staying stagnant, never accepting whatever the current outcome is, always looking to advance, right? Like every new question, like the science in sciences, like every answered question, creates two more questions. Well, that's what dialectics is. It's a never ending process. You seek to answer the question, and in answering the question, you get a result. The results allow you to do something new. You do something new that changes the entire situation, and now you've got new questions that you have to resolve due to the new conditions that you created. And then once you solve those questions, it blah 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 blah, it goes over and over. Just it's a cycle. It never ends. And that's dialectics. And that's what we're all about. So I mean, yeah, we're biased, and fuck you, we're biased. Yeah.
So I asked Adrian a question last night, and he got stumped. So I asked him a question. I said to him, "So Haiti is a capitalist country," and he agreed. And I said, "Haiti is a failed state," and he agreed. And I asked him why, and he said, "Oh, because their politicians are corrupt." And I said to him, "Okay, so could it be that maybe Cuba isn't as prosperous as they are not because of communism, but because their politicians are corrupt?" And he was like, "No, it's because the government denies people the ability to produce on their own." So he's being biased as well, because of his own experience. But it's hard to argue with somebody who was born and lived in Cuba versus me, somebody who has never lived there. So I take personal experience more personal experience weighs more than any type of data you could read on the internet, in my opinion.
Well, no, I would agree with that. And there's a level of sympathy that I have with this guy because clearly he came up in the 90s or at least post collapse of the Soviet Union. See, Cuba was very prosperous when they had the backing of the Soviet Union, and now they're isolated. They're isolated, blockaded, and completely incapable of. I mean, pardon, I shouldn't say incapable. They are capable. In fact, they had to revolutionize their entire economy because they were depending way too much on more of and I hate to say this because it sounds weird, but like the free trade model, the libertarian free trade model, where the best thing that gets produced, you produce that en masse in that place, and then you create an interconnected economy across the world. Well, they had to actually become a bit more insular, and they had to create their own food sovereignty. They had to create, a bunch of different economic systems that didn't have to exist because the Soviet Union provided those services. They provided those economic, necessities. And once that collapsed, they had to retool their entire economy to just for people to survive. And he grew up,
What do you mean? I are you saying
and
I shouldn't
that's
dead name
fucking rough, dude. That's a
X?
really hard time. I mean,
I
that's
will
like
rename the
surviving through the Great Depression.
the thing
And
just for
it's
you.
real easy for anyone to experience something like the Great Depression and come up with a lot of wrong conclusions based off of, well, quite honestly, bitterness. And I'd be bitter too. I mean, I don't know a single my grandmother was a kid during the Great Depression, and my God, I mean, she sings the praises of FDR, but anything prior to that, she's got nothing but contempt and hatred. She hates the banks, she hates capitalism, she hates the system that created the conditions for a Great Depression. But I could see that happening anywhere if you end up having, that kind of austerity and that kind of Great Depression. So I don't fault the guy for, feeling the way he does, but he just came out. He experienced it. Those were real experiences. You can't take that away from him. But certainly, those were the wrong conclusions to draw from those experiences because they weren't based on data. They weren't based on measurables. They weren't based on, analyzing what actually did happen and what caused it. It was just, a lot of, you know, uh, grumbling,
Yeah, as a matter of
and
fact,
people.
the 1930s was an era when the labor movement was at its strongest because it radicalized a lot of people. It radicalized Farrell Dobbs, who was the organizer of the Teamsters Rebellion in Minneapolis in 1934. But let me ask you a question. So, when the Soviet Union collapsed, Cuba suffered a lot. North Korea suffered as well. How come China didn't suffer?
Because they'd already entered into diplomatic and economic pacts with other with imperial not other but with imperialist nations. They feigned that they were going to provide all of this free labor, and they feigned a capitalist market by creating a small segment within their economy to which was private, and then they used the investment that was made in those while retaining control over them through the CPC. Um, yeah, to build up the rest of their infrastructure, their technology, their industrial processes, et cetera. Which is why, if you look at a picture of Chongqing from back in the 1977, when roundabouts the time where Mao had his meeting with Nixon and everything, it was like nothing. It was, I mean, like, whoa, that's a city. That doesn't even look that big. And now you look at it, it's like Cyber City, right? So what they did is they applied, and Mao sort of already saw it coming. The Cultural Revolution had pretty much run its course, and he knew he needed a pivot, and the pivot was Deng, and Deng was like, "We can do socialism without poverty. We can absolutely do that. And what we'll do is we'll play the imperialists because they can't deny such a large labor force. They'll try to enslave us, and we'll create systems to counteract and prevent that. And in the meantime, we'll use all of the money that they pour into us to, build up our infrastructure and all that. And by the way, it's the reason why the IMF now refuses to do any kind of investments without putting in stipulations that the countries that they're helping destroy their social programs and destroy any kind of apparatus that could lead to or restore or preserve any of the progress, socialist progress that nation has made, because China pretty much proved that they have to, or otherwise the IMF is just investing in the next socialist country.
That's very interesting. Yeah, I think China is one of the prime examples that people could use to say that Marxist Leninism works. The way that China does
Yeah,
it,
no,
though, it's like a
absolutely.
mixed economy. Yeah, it's like a mixed economy, though, right?
No, I mean, so okay, here's what you have to understand. The property question is about ownership, right? Who controls the economy? Now, the Chinese have a process called or a democracy that's wildly different from ours because it actually works. It's called whole process democracy, and the CPC is accountable to it because the CPC has enabled the people to basically, rebel, revolt, strike, do anything that they want. Especially when it comes like the owners of private enterprises. They've got no rights, and their employees or the citizens, the Chinese citizens, have all the rights. So um, they can pretty much shut anything down that they want. But more important than that is they hold, because of the Cultural Revolution, they hold an extreme amount of power over the CPC itself. The CPC rates their cadre based off of the public approval of the localities that they administer to. And if they don't have like an 80% approval rating, they're gonna stagnate. They're not going anywhere. They have to reach 80 or above just to get promoted, right? So immediately, what this precipitates is that the CPC or the Communist Party absolutely has to go into the communities. They have to collect sociological data, do social investigations. They got to find out exactly what the people need, want, whatever the current economic conditions are. in wherever they have jurisdiction, and they have to serve those people and raise their approval rating, or otherwise, they might even get fired or thrown out of the party. At 60% approval rating is actually considered a criminal over there. If you have a 60% rating, you're not only not getting promoted, you are getting fired. Um, they do not fuck around. And the best part is what this creates is, as a CPC, they'll go into these communities and say, what are your business problems? What are your infrastructure problems? What are your cultural problems? Say a place is already built up and they've got all of their, economics sorted and handled. They're all very happy and all that. They start to do things like, well, we want an entire sports complex, and they'll just build it, right? Because that's what's going to keep the people happy. And what this leads to is a constant cycle of, the acorn growing to the sapling, growing to the tree, growing to the forest.
Now, the only thing that I disagree with China is that, and this is from what I've researched on YouTube. I know YouTube's not a good place to look for information, but I rely on it because I drive so much. But you know, their labor union, they only have one labor union that is federally recognized, and that labor union has labor leaders appointed by the government. So the union is not independent from the government.
Well, you have to understand, this is the mass line, right? The mass line, this is the most, they have the most advanced democracy ever. So when you say the government, you're thinking about government in terms of our government, right? That one class of people has full and total control over, absolutely everyone. But to become a member of the CPC, it has nothing to do with class. You can literally you can rise to the very top, coming from the poorest place, because one of the things civilizationally, and this is just historic, is that the Chinese have always placed merit because of Confucianism or Confucian, methods. We've always placed merit over heredity or wealth or anything else. So if you have if you merit, say you go through, schooling and whatnot, and you come out the top of your class, then you merit the top positions available, specifically because you put the work in and you showed, the character. Now, the culture revolution actually produced another, qualification, which is you had to have the right character. Right, you couldn't be really good at being a student and still be corrupt. You also had to be someone who served the community. You also had to be someone who, put absolutely everything, like total dedication, back into the community. Otherwise, you would, not be considered fit for the party, and you wouldn't get in. And this is what they currently have in operation now. So there's the education system, then there's the whole process democracy system that prevents them from going against the will of the people. Then there's all of the rights that the people intrinsically have, and because they have been trained to, well, revolt or strike or, resist any kind of, corruption, they're able to hold everybody accountable from the ground up. So this is a bottom up led country, right? So the government itself is the people. And
But
that's
but
that. So when you say,
don't you think that the workers should be able to elect their own leaders?
well, okay, well, so Um, no, I think that they have a solution for themselves. I don't think that necessarily that's going to be a solution that works for us, but this is why it's socialism with Chinese characteristics and not just socialism, right? Um, they have a way of doing things that is compatible with their history, it's compatible with their culture, it's compatible with their way of life. I don't think that we have any real right to declare what is or is not, acceptable for them, when for them this is not only acceptable, it's 100%, what they want themselves. And ultimately, the mass line, or the whole process democracy, which is the most advanced form of democracy currently in practice, is not just it acts as a union in of itself. It's more than a union. It's a union. It's the political body. It's the entirety of their life. So they have the people have full control over everything. The union, I mean, at that point, it's. And by the way, Marx actually alludes to this. At a certain point, union, if the workers or the dictatorship of the proletariat has full control, unions themselves are a vestige. They wither as the uh, workers' democracy flourishes. Because once a workers' democracy is established, a union is redundant.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. So if it works for China, let them do them, right? You know, if they don't mind that their union is a brand, an arm of the government, and they're fine with it, just let it be, right? That's what you're trying to say.
Well, not just that, but like literally their entire democratic process is if a union like it's a union on steroids. I mean it's like
And it's
their
redundant
whole
too, right? If the government is
yeah,
representative,
yeah.
yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I mean, yeah, I think that that answers that question. Now, I don't think we're going to get something like that. Well, we can get something, maybe similar in the way it delivers, but I don't think we're going to get that out of Americans because Americans are, well, again, notoriously individualistic, and it's all about being temporarily embarrassed millionaires and enterprising, innovative, and free-minded folks. So, I mean, we're going to have to, respect that, and we're going to have to develop systems that not only collectivize us, but collectivize us through that. It has to uphold our particular culture, or otherwise it's just not going to work. We can't transpose a Chinese whole process democracy on us the same way that we can't Sovietize us, in the same way that we can't have a, Jewish communism here. It's gonna have to be an American communism.
Communism with American characteristics, right?
Yup.
So I encourage debate. Yeah, I think that we should find ourselves. We should really find our footholding. I mean, we should find, what works, what doesn't work. But sometimes I enter spaces and I feel like ACP members are scared to debate themselves. Why is that?
I don't know. I mean, I'll, step up and, make my case, fairly clear. If you guys give me the, oxygen, I'll steal, everyone's oxygen right out the fucking room.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with debating each other. I could debate somebody. I follow a lot of people, and they follow me back. I've debated them. We crush each other out in spaces, and we're still, we're still cool. We go on spaces and we talk, and I've even met one guy, in real life. We went out to Patterson, New Jersey. We went out to South Patterson. We ate at an Arabic restaurant, and he comes to the spaces all the time, and he's always criticizing unions and workers. He's one of those guys who he has a false sense of consciousness. He wants to be an entrepreneur when he's not really an entrepreneur. He thinks he's a capitalist, but he has no capital. So how can you be a capitalist with no capital? But yeah, I encourage debate though. I encourage debate. We could all disagree and we could all just be friends.
Well, that's a part that I, only the purity fetishists have any kind of real problem with as far as I've encountered with the things that I'm proposing is part of the theory that I've synthesized. With I mean, because what American doesn't want to actually have economic sovereignty over their own life? What American doesn't want to own? Their own labor, their station, their tools, their property. Like I don't know of any that doesn't. And the idea of a communist party that returns ownership to the American people, I think, is going to sell like fucking hotcakes.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%.
All right, so now somebody disagree with me so we can debate.
I want to still convince you about this my idea about having a for-profit organized or union organization where the whole business model is to organize workers for profit for their shareholders, because some businesses they require sharehold. They require, especially the startup businesses in Silicon Valley, they require a lot of investment, and there's going to be no return on the investment for a long time until they generate profits. So maybe we can start a business where our business model is we organize workers, and through the dues they pay, we return that in that we make the investors have, we show we could sell shares on the stock market, call it whatever you want.
Well, the problem with that is, and this is just straight up metrics, right? In any business, you have to generate a profit from somewhere. And now, if the profit can't be a steady source of dues, because the dues are supposed to be going towards unionization. And if the dues are going towards unionization, I guarantee you most of these union shops do not have enough money. They are constantly having to make strategic choices on what to support and what not to, because they're constantly running out of funds because dues just don't cut it. So you have to have something that you're producing, and that's the part where I am tripping up on this idea.
That's a good point. Yeah, if we charge too much for dues, then people are not going to want to be part of this union, right?
Yeah,
um
that's one of the primary freaking gripes about unionization here in America is, oh, you're gonna make me pay dues, and they bitch about freaking $20 a month. Jesus. I mean, imagine, trying this on a privatized scale and charging way the hell more. You're not getting anybody into that.
yeah, you got a good point there. What about a car washing business then? We just wash cars.
Oh, don't worry about it, man. As far as like the business stuff is concerned, the ACP has definitely got that on lock. I'm not going to say any more because I'm not trying to, out any kind of sensitive information, but we've got the business stuff on lock. That I can guarantee you.
I know a guy named Edison. Maybe I could bring him into space right now, but his idea was to organize drivers into like a collective purchasing organization where if like, let's say for example, a gas station needs customers, and they give us a good deal, we can encourage all the truck drivers to go there and purchase diesel at a low rate, below market rate, and they'll just make money off of just the amount of volume they'll get. Empower the truck drivers via purchasing power. What do you think?
Well, I mean, there's definitely potential when it comes to, carrier networks and developing our own internally, and that is definitely on the docket as far as things that we intend to do. But that's like a bit further down because you have to have a significant amount of investment capital to start taking over, shipping routes and stuff.
Yes, I can, but
Also,
they're
to
they're
remind,
talking. I don't wanna.
I have to end this space. Cat hated bosses. I got a telephone call with my chapter executive. So yeah,
Wait, what do you think
Yeah,
about creating a
definitely.
cooperative trucking company?
I mean, I'm all for it. I think we should franchise it and do it, structure it this the way that I'd explained earlier. I think that as soon as we get the capital to do it, we definitely got to. I mean, that
All you gotta,
it'd be
all you gotta, all you
dumb
gotta
not
do,
to.
all you gotta do is get cargo insurance. If you want to do ports, you gotta get intermodal insurance. Get a DOT number from the Department of Transportation, which is really cheap. Um, but the hardest part about having a trucking company is finding customers and the competition. The competition is very cutthroat. Um, the profit margins is very slim, and yeah.
I got a solution to that. I don't think that we'll be doing it for anyone else. I don't foresee us even bothering. Right. I think that and by the way, this is what vertical integration means. We all of our businesses should be networked with our own businesses and create a closed loop so that we're serving ourselves and we're serving our the communities that our businesses are genuinely dedicated to building up infrastructure wise, sort of an Americanized plan that operates similar to the way Deng's plan, did to create infrastructure and to build up the productive forces in China. So I don't want to rely on capitalist businesses. I mean, obviously, our first businesses will have to, enter into the market on those grounds, but eventually we should close that circuit. We should close that loop. We should, own our own transportation. We should be shipping our own stuff. We should be, owning all of the places that we source the materials from. We should be owning our production facilities and our communications.
You know what? I'm glad you mentioned vertical um monopoly, because I've got wind of the steamship companies, companies that ship containers to the U.S. and abroad and other countries. They're purchasing trucking companies now. So Maersk just purchased a company called C&K Trucking, and I think they're trying to achieve that. They're trying to control the market vertically by
Well, yeah,
not
no, I mean
all.
they're monopolizing. I'm just talking about a closed circuit microeconomy growing within the current economy, and continuing to grow until we start displacing it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, okay, that's interesting. So, how would you expand that closed loop network? How would you expand it? Because the profit could dry up.
Well, no, I mean that's exactly the point. We target industries that the capitalists could never serve because capitalists, can never serve those industries. It would,
Mm.
undermine their own profit models, right? So, like, we also have to be very strategic about the specific, types of industries that we choose. We don't want anything that feeds into the capitalist market or strengthens them. We only want things that will either weaken them or are at the very least neutral to the, their existence. The idea is to not um, draw from them or to empower them, but to undermine them with our industry strategies.
I see. I see. Okay. Wait, you were a smart dude, man. You're smart. Very
I
smart.
appreciate it.
Yeah, you're a
Thank you.
smart dude, man. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to? Do you all want to go ahead and end this space right here
Yeah, I
at
think
this?
we
Yeah.
probably tackled everything.
Yeah. Okay. I just don't want to like start a tangent that we go on for like another couple 5 minutes when I got I got to do
I,
this call a little bit.
I think I
But
said
no,
it all.
this is great space. Like loved all y'all being here. Thank you. And we'll continue again
Does
soon.
anybody want to hang out in my Discord until it's time for Haz's confront the chairman? Because I think I'm gonna go on there.
Do
Here,
me a favor before we hang
I'm
out. Do me a
I'm
favor.
gonna leave this. But I think he's gonna go live in like an hour. Or an hour or two. So I don't know what I'm gonna do until then. So we can just kind of hang out. Not sure how everybody's doing today. I hope you're having a nice day, but this is what time it is and what day it is where I am. Don't dox me. Don't dox me off of that extremely private information. Okay. Yes, if you did join the Discord, your voice will be on stream and it is live. So if you say something, um, I'm mainly saying that for your benefit. Just don't troll me too hard. Because it is going to be in the stream room, so I have to at least kind of trust you to let you in. I have to give you the role. Feel free to hop in, X. Here, let me put my Discord. I'm in the stream room, so anybody here, I'll also send my arrival copy. This is my stream. If anybody wants to join. Or not my stream, that's my Discord. If anybody wants to join. Okay. And then we'll just talk about the Twitter space, I guess. Did y'all think it was woe or did you think it was based? Personally, I thought it was pretty based. I've talked to Wade a little bit before. Um and he seems to really know his Marxism, his communism. He seems to have it very much locked down. And then let me see. Oh my gosh, you can't have those rules. Let me give you okay. And then if I move you, hello,
Hello.
how's it going?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. How are you? How are you? What's going on?
I'm doing well. I'm just hanging out on stream. Are you too severe or are you somebody else?
I am. I am. My name's a bit embarrassing.
Uh, uh, Wait, what the heck? I thought I gave you this rule the last time, but I guess not. And then pop you over there. Pop you back. Okay. Are you in X like properly?
What does that mean properly?
No, no,
Can you hear
no.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh,
Give me
It
one
was
sec.
just
oh, there's someone called X. Okay.
yeah. That's just the name that she wants me to use for her. But yeah, I'm doing good. I'm looking forward to going on confront the chairman later. I think that'll be fun. Um yeah, and that's how I'm doing. How are you doing today?
What are you gonna debate the chairman on?
I'm not gonna
Is there
debate
any
him.
actually? Okay.
You're what? What are you saying?
I'm at work. I'm at work right now. I'm finishing up my work day.
Uh,
I'm looking
oh
for
my
something
gosh.
though, so. Well, I'm already after hours, so like they don't have
Y-
eyes on me right now.
Yeah.
It's like
That,
1 o'clock where I am.
Who's
I'm in
there?
the UK.
Oh,
So
oh my gosh.
yeah.
so you're gonna go on the debate or debate the chairman thing or whatever it's called?
Yeah, I'm gonna go on confront the chairman, and I'm going to ask. I had. Oh, the y'all are in Audible on stream. Let me turn them up. What the heck? Oh, here. I guess I have to do it like this. I'll turn both of you up, and then I'll turn mine down.
What do you hope to accomplish? What are you gonna tell him?
Oh, sorry. I had Claude help me reframe the questions I have, but basically, I want to ask about leadership accountability. I want to ask what the party would do if there were blatant anti-LGBTQ legislation that came out because it is a party stance that they follow all North American law.
Yeah.
And I also had a question about how much authority the Central Committee actually has, and like
Mhm.
if there was ever a conflict between EB/slash Politburo and CC, what would actually happen, or like how does that actually play out? And just kind of, I don't know, I just want to get his thoughts on all three of those vaguely.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I'd be curious to see how he responds to those. Um, what I will say is like since our last talk, I do have a much better understanding of like how the party seems to deal with queer people thus far.
Mm-hmm.
I've done in-person events or an in-person event now with my chapter, which I won't specify where that is, but but they were completely cool with me. Like, like they called me she, her, preferred name, all that. So
Yeah.
Thus far, like the best way I could describe it is someone else said it. I forget who it was, but I heard someone say like ACP does not tokenize our minorities, and I guess that extends to sexual minorities too, which was just the question that I had. Just effectively, there doesn't seem to be like an issue with any particular identity. What I will
Yeah.
say is I know that that's gonna manifest different for like other identities. Like I feel like it would be a little bit more hostile if it was outside the norm. So like I doubt you're ever gonna see ACP furries or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Or
And
like
I think that's kind of for the best.
xenogenders. How do you think
Yeah,
ACP? How do you think ACP would handle a Zir, a Zim?
it's easier. Uh, I don't know. I think it would. I think something like that would kind of be handled with dignity, but with a little bit of distrust, if that makes sense. You
Yeah.
know. Um, in general, like I said, like I feel like I think Eddie said something similar to this, where it was like Eddie from Midwestern Marx, that is,
Hmm.
said something to the effect of like the position is LGBT tolerance, and I would say the official stance is tolerance, not acceptance. So like you're meant to be a kind person and treat everyone kind of with dignity, but you don't necessarily have to accept any particular position on the issue. So that's
Yeah.
kind of how it's
Yeah.
been from my perspective. I've encountered thus far IRL zero people who had any issue with me.
No,
So
me too. I still haven't been to any IRL with my local chapter, but I went to the national convention and it was the same thing. Like it didn't feel weird at all. It felt very like
yeah,
non-tokenized, right? Like I don't know.
yeah,
I feel like
exactly.
that's a really good way to phrase it.
One of one of the best way I can describe it. Hold on a sec. Hold on. Wait, hold on one sec.
Ooh, somebody's in trouble. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But
Do you have any like particular stance that you want the ACP to adopt, or are you just
what do you
like
mean?
like yeah, like what? How do you feel about like do you yeah, like would you want them to adopt any specific stance, or are you fine with how they like characterize everything?
I I don't have anything in particular that I'm like, I really wish they had adopted this specific like stance or principle. I feel like they're very flexible with like adapting to things as they come, or like I don't know, they're constantly learning and like changing the way that they operate as like a collective. So like I don't know if there is anything in particular. It's more just I guess getting clarity both for the outsiders and the insiders of like what are the potentials if something like that happens. Like that's mostly why I want to ask the questions rather than like oh, you need to do it my way because it's my way or the highway and I know better than you. Because the reality is I don't know better than them. I'm just like I don't know, open-minded but critical, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of
I'm
sense.
back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I'm back now. So let me kind of finish my thought real quick. Hello.
Yeah, go.
Okay. So what I was about to say before I got cut off was the best way I could describe it is my identity seemed to be like basically a non-issue. So instead of kind of being tokenized and treated like a trans woman, I just kind of felt like I was treated like a woman, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that was nifty. That was all I was gonna say right before I got interrupted. I just want to get that out. You guys are talking about um, how the party would handle like an internal disagreement
Or
between.
we were talking about if there was anything that I wanted the party to like change specifically, and I said that
Mhm.
there's not really like anything that I have in mind.
Yeah. Okay. But
Yeah.
I know you had a question about the Politburo that you're gonna bring up with them. What exactly
Yeah.
is the?
Like what's the question?
Yeah. Can you remind me of the question again?
Yeah, I mean I probably won't ask it word for word because I tend to
Yeah.
just waterfall out ideas. But it's basically like a question about leadership accountability and how accountability will work as the organization scales. Like right now, it's still pretty small, and he has kind of handles conflict or like things that happen himself. Like when the RTSG and Madeline situation happened, he was the one that was like, "Y'all need to knock this off. Like this was our fault. We started it. Like you're looking dumb." Basically, is what the vibe that I was getting from him in the message was saying. But that's one question. And then another question is how ACP would handle explicit anti LGBTQ legislation in the event it is passed. And this isn't like, well, other people might argue with me, but I'm not even referring to things such as the removing the trans medical stuff from Medicaid or things like that, which I know is going to impact a lot of people. But I'm referring to things that are even more direct. Like there's a bill that keeps getting floated in, I think both Texas and Florida and maybe some other states where like um gender fraud in public or something is illegal, or like it's just being floated, it hasn't passed. But if something like that does pass, that's like directly targeting trans people. It's going to impact a lot of cis women that are more butch in appearance, right? So like
Right.
I do want to bring that up because then it's like, is ACP gonna stand with the law or are they going to stand with like the people? Which I'm not. I guess I don't want to like push him to. I'm not trying to Fed post when I ask that question, but you get the idea of like what I'm asking. And
No, I get
then
it.
I also have a question about how much power the Central Committee actually has, and if there were disagreements between CC and EB, like what in the event that like there is a power conflict or like power uh contest, power like peeing contest, right? Which like
Mhm.
that's not the situation we want to be in, but you know, I am the kind of person that likes to plan for worst case scenarios. I guess I'm curious like what does it actually look like if there's inter-party conflict or like quote unquote, I'm not sure if factionalism would be the right term, but like I've heard that a lot when communists are talking about like inter-party conflict, right? Like this idea of factionalism and like the splitting of the one collective. Um yeah. So TLDR, I just waterfalled when I was trying to read them, but those are the generalized questions that I'm trying to ask.
What I will say regarding factionalism and the idea of the party splitting off into multiple segments, um, a couple things that make this movement prone to that in any sense is we seem to be pretty aligned ideologically. The only thing I could see is if the central like content creators and figures within it started to see issue with one another over any particular talking point,
Yeah. Like if
and then it's like
Midwestern Marks and Infrared started beefing or something.
exactly that's the only time I could really see it becoming like a conflict enough that would cause a fracturing
Yeah.
because effectively like if a small faction were to break like let's just say like three random members of the I don't know the Florida chapter or something were to just break off and be like we're gonna go do our own thing in our basement, we're gonna have basement socialism. um that's not really gonna do anything because they'll probably just effectively be like I guess for lack of a better word like blacklisted by the overarching like ACP community. They'll probably get smeared in
I
whatever way
I
possible, stuff like that. You know?
I guess more so what I'm asking is like
Yeah.
what if the body of ACP, so like
Mhm.
Central Committee down, right? So people on the ground and the Central Committee kind of have one position, but EB and Politburo hold another one. Who actually holds the real power in that kind of dynamic? Like is it the CC slash people or is it EB slash Politburo? Not so much
Oh,
like
gotcha.
factionalism within the base. It's more like, but if there's a factional break between leadership and base, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Real. Oh, that's a good point. I think the direct answer would probably be something in regards to like deferring to the higher parts of the party. Is probably how that would go. If in terms of like, I'd have to look at what the exact organization structure is to understand properly. But yeah, that's a good question. I could see that being valid in asking. But I don't know. But something like that would really come down to like major heads really clashing. And even
Yeah.
at that, like they already had people break off. Like there was something like when Danny Shaw broke off, that was
Wasn't he a Fed though? Like, wasn't he like actively trying to wreck stuff, or was it just like a individual like ideological disagreement?
he seemed kind of like a wrecker overall. Also, he joined Midwestern Marx more recently than virtually anyone else. If I'm not mistaken. Like he was a recent join, and then ACP happened, and then he like took a bunch of issue. I don't know in terms of, like whether or not he's actually a Fed or whether or not he's just just a wrecker or what his deal is.
Yeah.
Um, but that's an example of someone who like had at least some influence. Like he was a part of Midwestern Marx, not just as like a member of the community, and he quit, tried to do his whole record thing, and then was ousted, or not ousted, but like more so was like we took our stance against him, the party overall. So
Yeah.
that's an example where like it didn't necessarily, even though there's someone with a little bit more force behind them than just like some person, um, where it didn't cause an internal collapse. But also I don't know where he was in the hierarchy.
Yeah. Yeah. That definitely makes sense. Hopefully there's no situation where that actually happens. I guess it's just something that like I'm curious about because you always hear about, Stalin as this idea of a dictator from this like from this Western backing or like this Western perspective. But then it's like he only looks like that because the people support him. But then it's like
Yeah,
what happens if the people don't support him? But then it's like we're not in like Stalin Russia, we're in America. Then like the ACP is a small party and not like the whole government. So it's just a very different dynamic. So like anyways, I guess that's kind of why I want to ask the question, and like it's very tiny group still and everything. So what the
yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
That's,
Um,
that's Danny Shaw.
I'm curious also, make sure you present yourself as not like an off. Make sure you like make it clear that you're ACP. I will say
yeah.
because Cause definitely interact with people differently if he thinks they're good faith versus bad faith. You know,
Do you think I should tell him directly and be like, I am good faith, or does that make it seem like I'm bad faith if I say it so directly?
I would say just start by introducing yourself as a party member. Is how you
Well,
would do
he's
that.
he's met me before.
Oh, oh, that's true.
Cuz
I forgot you guys met already. No, yeah, no, you're right. I forgot. My bad.
oh my gosh. So I don't know. Hopefully it'll
Yeah,
be hopefully it'll be fine. Ugh.
Yeah, I think as long as you're being nice, he'll be nice to you.
yeah,
Yeah, and somebody told me they gave me assurances that nobody would bully me from infrared. They were like, I will make sure that nobody's mean to you. So I'm just gonna hope that that was accurate.
yeah. Okay,
Oh,
we'll do fine then.
yeah. So are you in like AC? No, you're in the UK, so I guess you can't be in um
No,
the ACP. But
no.
are you like a follower of infrared, or like what's your situation? Or do you just like watch my YouTube? But I see that we're in a lot of overlap, and it looks like you're in the ACP servers too, I think.
Yeah, so I'm in my own party in the UK. Um,
Oh yeah.
I'm in the CPB.
Mm-hmm.
They are sort of like the CPUSA. They're basically like I guess the sister party to them. So it's quite revisionist. Um, but yeah, I follow Haas and I follow Midwestern Marks. Um, I like their stuff a lot. I do think there's some I wouldn't say issues, but I would say there's a bit of like a chauvinistic like attitude, but I think it's fine because like most of the people in in the community, um, well, I'm kind of like extrapolating, but I think they're mostly like young men, right? So you're just gonna get that sort of, I don't know what, like atmosphere, but um, I respect what they're doing, and I wish them well. Like that's pretty much it. Like um, I do like his takes and stuff, like his analysis. Um, yeah,
Yeah, I feel like Has is really good at his analysis, and he's really good at like speaking. Um, I feel like I've said that a million times, but I do think he's a really good speaker. He's really good at like forming his words, and like I've watched his streams sometimes, and he pulls up so many references from communist authors or like theorists, etc., etc. Um,
yeah. Like I really hate when like a lot of just the online like communist community, they sort of like shit on him for being like a revisionist or being like, he gets all kinds of like weird claims, like people call him a fascist. Like I
those
just
claims
don't
are so strange to me. Like, why do they even say that? Is it just because he's masculine? Like, is that it? Is
I
it just
literally
that like
like it's literally just the chauvinism because like yeah, I think it's literally
Yeah,
that.
basically, yeah. Most
But
of
I
that like
think
arose out of when he started. Well, I mean, I think a lot of that arose when he started beefing with like the LGBT community at large, but also like that I think was more started by like Twitter leftists, honestly.
yeah.
yeah, like I can see why someone could take an issue with it, but I think as the organization grows and you get more like more diversity within the party,
Mhm.
a lot of these things will like sort of resolve themselves, right? Because when you have
I agree.
different like people, you're obviously gonna have different perspectives, and everything will be more fleshed out. Um, and yeah, like you can already tell. Like I used to watch him. I never watched him that much to be honest, but like I've always like been around the community for like the past like couple years now, and he's
Mm-hmm.
really matured. Like honestly, he's matured so much, like the whole community has. So
I
I
agree.
think
There was a there was a
yeah,
whole declaration he made at one point where he said that the community needed to start presenting themselves more professionally, and that was shortly before ACP launched, or actually a little bit more than shortly. But yeah, but that was a conscious shift made.
That's
yeah,
good. I feel like he is very like cognizant about the relationship between the party and the public at large. Like I feel like he's kind of like a I don't remember who I said this to. I think it might have been Brandon, but I kind of see Has as like a father figure to a lot of these young guys that would have looked at Andrew Tate like a father figure, and now they get Haas instead.
that's kind of funny because um like the more I don't want to say liberal, but like like the leftists
Mm-hmm.
um don't they treat like Hassan the same way? Like he's this like masculine like figure.
Oh my God, that's actually such a good
Like
point. They really do treat Hassan the same way, and if we could just like swap out Hassan for Haas, like I'm just saying,
I could see it. I
ha-
could see it.
Haas could be the father of all the leftists in America.
One
Who's
thing
gonna be the
I would like
mother?
to point out.
We need a mother
One thing
then.
I'd like to the mother. Who would be the mother?
I don't know.
It's gonna be another
I
dude by default. It'll be the
ha,
gay
But
parents of
Jackson.
American leftism
It's gonna be
Haas
Jackson.
and
could
Jackson
like
Hinkle.
yeah. Oh my gosh, Jackson Hinkle and Haas is like the mom and the dad.
That's crazy. Don't let them hear you say that.
No, that is crazy. That was a joke. That was a joke.
Yeah.
Please don't kick me out of the party.
You're
Oh
up.
my gosh. Oh my
Um,
gosh. Are there any other women creators? I'm trying to think like there's I think there's this one lady I've seen with a podcast. Her name is Bridget.
Oh yeah,
uh-huh.
she's got a good podcast, right?
And I feel like she could be like motherly vibes if ACP ran the narrative right? Like she seems,
Yeah.
I don't know, like that could be a vibe. But then like I don't know, maybe Haj just needs to get married for the sake of the party. Like you know how old timey royal families would marry for like they'd be like, oh, you're gonna go marry the Duke of Normandy because we
Oh
need
my god.
you we need an alliance with the Normans. Maybe we need to send Haz out to some like modern neo leftist streamer, and that could be
Wow.
like
Like
breaking bread.
That's crazy.
Like who?
Wouldn't that be Keffels?
No, not Keffels. Keffels would be crazy. There's like,
I know. That's why I said
I
it.
honestly can't even think of like a tanky like female streamer. I can't like.
well, that's the point. She shouldn't be tanky. She shouldn't be tanky. She
But
should
there
be
are no tanky like women like streamers
that.
anyways.
That's
They're all
okay.
trans.
That's okay. That's okay. Because if Haz marries her, it's about the like the narrative around it. Because if Haz is the father and she's the mother, it's like that like good cop bad cop kind of dynamic.
Oh my god. No, I
She
get
can be
it.
the good cop. She. Oh my gosh. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But
They're gonna call us parasocial weirdos for this conversation.
no, especially when I drop this video tomorrow, it's 50 minutes about me talking about parasociality. So,
Oh man.
Wow. That's
yeah.
Well, who is the biggest I guess leftist woman streamer? Who is that?
Like when you say leftist, are we saying like
Like someone who
the Destiny angle or
someone
like
who actually calls
further left?
themselves like a socialist or a communist.
Call themselves socialists or communists?
Yeah, and
I
not
don't
not
know.
like
I don't even know.
not like a social democrat, like an actual like yeah, like someone who I don't know, someone who's at least like read a bit of Marx or something. Yeah, I
Why are we
can't
drawing
think
a
of.
blank so hard here?
I know there has to be some.
There's someone.
I know like YouTubers, but they don't like stream, right? Um,
What about ContraPoints?
liberal.
Oh
She's
my gosh.
liberal.
Yeah, she kind of distanced herself from like Marxism.
She's like,
She distanced
didn't she
herself
like
from that a
stand
while
like
ago.
Hillary Clinton or some shit? Like,
Oh my god. Let me see.
That I don't think that'd be the W. Well, here's another thought. What about Haz and the Haktua girl?
Oh wait, no, there's this lady.
who?
Ooh,
Lady Izdihar. I follow her on YouTube.
Oh
Um
yeah, she doesn't stream, does she?
no, oh you're right.
really?
You're right. I forgot we're talking about streamers.
Like none of them stream. Like that's the, that's the worst part.
Ooh, that is the hard part. The like being on the them being streamers is the real gatekeeper here. What if they didn't need to be a streamer? Cuz like if Haas is the streamer, I don't know. I don't know.
Haz
I
and
don't know.
philosophy tube.
True. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. And then they wouldn't even be able to say that like ACB hates trans people anymore.
The thing
They
is
already got
though, yeah.
two.
The thing is, we need it to be parasocial, so they have to be a streamer, right? That's the
True.
thing.
Isn't it like weird that like the I feel like the vast majority, at least in terms of open trans people, like 60% of them are in this call within the ACP right now.
That's hilarious actually.
I know the two of us, and I know someone mentioned a third. I don't know if it was you who mentioned a third, but
I think it might have been.
yeah, I heard someone mention. But yeah, that's crazy. but also part of me thinks that like the fact that give me one sec. Or part of me thinks that the fact that we are kind of like that we even are here, even me will like help shift the narrative a little bit. I think we're going to kind of be this catalyst in this particular direction. Um,
Yeah.
Something I've heard people note like is that like the kind of guerrilla army online versus like the actual ACP in person is like two different things, you know?
Yeah,
Um,
no, that's what people in the national convention were saying too. They were like, there's definitely two different vibes that make up
yeah.
ACP. There's like your guerrillas and there's your like boots on the ground, like bottom up kind of ACP
Oh
people.
yeah, I mean, and the people who are out in the real world are going to be the more useful ones because like it's easy to sit online and like talk shit to people. It's
Yeah,
difficult to get up and go canvas at like to go canvas like for truck drivers at like 5 in the morning or some shit.
real.
So I think it'll kind of like weed itself out, and it's going to inherently become a little bit more diverse in that way. If for no other
Yeah.
reason than because we got the ball rolling, and I'm just waiting because I was at an in-person event, so I know there's pictures of me. I don't know if any ops showed up and took pics, but I guarantee I'm gonna start getting called um the what do you call it? The token tranny, you know, or whoops, token
That's
trans person.
that's so sad that people do that. I wonder if ACP has ops like that though that actually show up to like counter protest their in-person events. Like they're showing up to help the truckers and somebody's showing up to counter protest them helping truckers. Like is that what's happening? That I kind of think it would be crazy.
But whatever's happening is a lot more covert at the moment. Like I know like people were getting like doxxed and like there's claims that certain members have been like photographed outside their homes and stuff like that.
Really?
I don't know how truthful that is or if that's just like a
I
psyop on
saw
our part, but
I saw one member get like harassed online. Well, it was a video, but like they just got shouted at on like randomly on the street or something. Um, I need to find a video.
all right. I didn't even put this.
It will be interesting to see over time how the internet kind of handles loud, outspoken trans people being pro ACP when they also love to like hammer it with the oh they're transphobic. Like I wonder
Yeah.
if that it will just force them to paint you and I as like um trans traders, right? I don't know if that's like an equivalent, but the word in my head that was popping up was race trader, but I don't think race
Mm-hmm.
trader is the right concept. But like trans trader, you get the idea. You get the idea.
Yeah.
Um, like a Blair White or like a Kelly Cadigan, etc., etc. Or if it will force them to like open their minds about ACP and be like, oh my god, maybe it's not. Maybe,
Mm-hmm.
maybe they're not gonna beat up every trans person that joins.
Well, I think we're gonna end up more getting the Blair White treatment, but I don't even like Blair White. Like I do not consider myself in that camp at all. The distinction is like whether or not we act in against or within our own self-interest,
Yeah.
separate from the party. The way I like to describe it is, um, with Blair White, like she actively opposes her best interest. I know someone, a YouTuber, like asked her at one of her events recently
Mm-hmm.
if it meant that no kids would transition and have to detransition, would she and Buck Angel be willing to detransition if that just meant a blanket ban on trans healthcare? Um,
Mm-hmm.
and of course she had to say yes because like that would entirely destroy like central points to her argument. Like they've based themselves, that camp has based themselves so heavily on such a small fraction of the actual population of trans people that they have to hold on to a tooth or nail. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, because like the amount of detransitioners and like quote, it's such a like a small fragment, and to focus your whole identity politically on that means now that like she's like stuck within that angle. So if it comes down to a question like, well, would you like detransition if it meant like no other kids were, like if it was just banning trans healthcare was the option? She has to back yes. And it's like, okay, well, what about the other 99% of people who like have zero issues? Not to mention the fact that like of the like 1% who do transition or whatever it is, it might be like 3% now. A large portion of that is pressured into it by family and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's something people don't take into account. Is of the detransitioners who do exist, there's a fraction because the main reason given for detransition, besides financial reasons, is being compelled by societal pressures, stigma, family stuff like that. Um, that's the other main reason. So a lot of like detransitions are coerced in a sense, and the other reason after that, I believe, is religious reasons, where people come to Christ and realize they have to change or something stupid like that. So that's like it's all compelled. Like virtually all detransitions are compelled. So I know I kind of went off on a tangent about like a specific trans issue, but the point is like if you start taking positions against like your interests, and if I start taking positions against my interest, um,
Yeah.
to appease a seemingly small portion of the party, if it even exists, that's when you get the Blair White label. Like, um, I want to start making videos again soon, and one of the things that kind of like will have to be a point is that I still want to address my issues, but I think my issues in terms of like gender identity, and I think this goes for you too, like our issues with that, and like you have the content you make, I'll eventually have the content I make, and then there will be some overlap with ACP type stuff. But I think we have to understand that these are two inherently different issues because of the approach that ACP is taking, in which we're not prioritizing identity politics over class conflict and things like that. So that's going to be the distinction: is are you able to balance that without dropping your interest, and are you able to like also balance party interest of like, well, we're focusing on class conflict when we're with the party. Are you able to balance that with advocating for yourself? Is really what it comes
Yeah.
down to. So, but one thing I do feel hopeful for, and I don't even think this is a thing. Like I keep saying, like one of the things I thought of when I like first joined was I wanted to take a perspective like the YouTuber Dead Domains, where they're non-binary, they do they them pronouns, and they went to Trump's inauguration to talk to Trump supporters and stuff. What ended up happening, they once they started talking to like individual people, these people started off pretty hostile overall,
Mm-hmm.
but after talking to someone and engaging with them and talking about their views for a little bit, one of the things they noticed is that the people stopped calling them he and then started like saying she, and then like tried again and started saying they them,
Yeah.
without being asked to do the correct pronouns at all. Like this lady just sort of like started guessing and tried to like be more respectful. So the thing is, it's really hard to be bigoted towards someone who you're exposed to in real life. So
Yeah.
my
Yeah. Yeah.
original plan was that like, oh, I'm gonna join, and if anyone's bigoted, I'm just gonna like make myself useful to the party and like give them an experience of like knowing a trans person. But that's not even an issue. Like no one's had an issue with me. Everyone's been cool with me, and it's like I said, they don't tokenize us as like something distinct or like a separate oppressed class. So they don't even treat me like a trans woman. They just treat me like a woman.
Yeah.
You know. So that's where it's been pretty nifty thus far. But at the same time, I do think a lot of people have less concern about trans issues than would be ideal as like a member of the party. You know,
Yeah.
or,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
rather, I would like to have more people who are concerned about my issues. But that also stems from the fact that most people don't even know a trans person, and
Real.
this
Real.
will be
Yeah.
an instance, yeah, and this will be an instance in which more people can get to know me, and then can also feel from my struggle and your struggle, and it'll all start to make sense. And I think that's where we're gonna start to find more popular support within people um, other than just like the generic, what you would think of as like an infrared supporter or something like that.
Yeah.
So I almost feel bad for like thinking I was gonna like be disliked, you know?
Yeah,
Because
you're going in there to get beat on, and then
yeah,
everybody was just being friendly. What the heck?
yeah, exactly.
No,
And
low key same though. Like when I was going to the
yeah,
convention, I was like, what if this turns into one of those videos where it's like, I went to the American Communist Party rally and they completely were transphobic and rude. But then I was like, that was not the case at all. Everybody was really nice.
yeah,
Like, I felt bad for wanting to go get some clickbait out of it, but ultimately I'm glad I found a party that I can now help contribute to and like work towards. I don't know. Like I really like the future that I think the party will take based on like what
yeah.
I've seen, everybody I've met, all the like energy and passion and like I don't know, drive. Like so it's hard to describe.
Ah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I've seen plenty of it already. There's a lot of really bright minds. Like as much one of the big criticisms I always hear about Haas specifically, and I'm starting to get to, like see this applied to the party. The criticism being, oh, Haas doesn't read ACP, they don't read, they don't know their theory. That is so inaccurate. Like you talk to anyone,
Yeah.
like people really seem to know their like Haas especially. The fact that people try to be like Haas doesn't, he hasn't read Capital, he doesn't know this. I've literally watched him in streams recall an exact line, get pressed on it, and then pull it up um, on the spot and like word for word be basically right there. And
Yeah.
people just underestimate the sheer amount of things he's read, not just the generic like, oh, I read Capital and I read, you know, the Communist Manifesto and like that's it or something. Like even at that, like reading Capital in and of itself is a massive accomplishment. But like this guy is extremely well read. Everyone seems very knowledgeable, has good answers whenever I have questions and stuff like that. Within the party, we have a reading group. I'm sure other chapters have the same thing.
Yeah,
But I've already seen
we
a
won
little
as
bit of
well.
like I've already seen a little bit of like weirdos kind of like coming in not knowing what they're getting into though. But like I don't want to actually I don't want to specify that because that might dox a little something. But or not dox, I might reveal something. But we had an issue with one person within our chapter and that's already
Hmm.
resolved. But that person in particular like acknowledged they didn't have a lot of knowledge on this subject. There's a lot of like I don't know misinformation about us, and just it seems like people just jump to conclusions.
Yeah, they don't really give it the space to actually feel the nuance.
Yeah, 100%. What time is the what do you call it? The Twitter Space pause.
I think it starts in 20 minutes, or I think his stream starts in 20 minutes, but I don't actually know if he will be on time because if I remember
Oh yeah,
correctly, he's usually late to this thing.
yeah, that's
Um,
true.
I,
He does show up late a lot.
yeah, and then he usually just does like what does he usually do? He usually does a little intro beforehand as well, where he's like, you know, this is what's been going on, y'all. Oh my god, is that kick music on my side? What the heck? Um, oh, that's right there. It's him. Oh my god, I don't think I am allowed to have that on screen. I need to not. Okay, it's not on screen, but there's a video of Has like shooting a gun, um,
Hmm,
and I was like, wait a minute,
that's
I think
cute.
that I don't think that's allowed on YouTube. Or I don't know if he's shooting it. He's like showing it off to the kick. At least that's what the thumbnail is. You can get the collected works of Marx and Engels, and that's in like 20 volumes or something. It's available online if you seek it. Thank you for that quest. Yeah, I is there anything else that you think I should ask him or like I don't even know. I feel like if I go on, I want to have like I want to be ready because I get a little
Yeah.
anxious at times and I'm not sure I'm going on regardless, but I'm not sure I'm as ready as I want to be, if that makes sense. So do you have any thoughts?
Like you want additional questions? Because what's probably going to happen is I would say focus on whichever one's the most important of those. Ask that one because if you keep asking a bunch of questions, he's going to cut you off and just be like, okay, we need to get on to other people. So
Okay, okay. I need at least two. I need some kind of like leadership slash accountability question, and then I do want to ask that the LGBTQ question.
yeah, I would say leave it at those two then.
Yes, yes, but which one do I take? So we have leadership accountability. So how do we envision accountability mechanisms working as the organization scales? Or how do you see the relationship between the central committee and the other leadership and disagreements between the two?
I think that's the more substantial of the two questions.
The central committee one?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I would ask him that one, and the LGBT one's fine too. I think that would be an interesting talk.
Yeah. And then it it's I was there last week and like nobody went. So if that happens again, I might ask like all of them just because, if there's nobody to if there's nobody to kick me off to get in there, then I might
Yeah,
as well
no, fair
take up
enough.
the space. But yeah, I don't want to I don't want to crowd up the what is it, the hater space? Isn't that what confront the chairman is mostly for? Is for people to go like argue with ACP through has.
Yeah, yeah, basically. Um, yeah, I mean, like the way they I know someone was complaining in my chapter's group chat like a while ago, and they straight up dropped the link for Haas's debate the chairman thing, and the way it's labeled is like if you hate the chairman, um, or it's like hate ACP, come debate Haas or whatever, something like that is like a part of the full message they send. Um,
Yeah.
so
That
it is
that
mostly
fr-
seemingly for critics.
that framing makes me nervous to join, right? Like it's like,
Yeah.
oh, if you hate the party and the chair, I don't hate the party and the chairman. I just want to come ask some questions.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine. I mean, like, you know, what's probably gonna happen. I'd be very surprised if it doesn't happen. Is you're gonna hop in the call. He's gonna like say some, you know, grand thing with bravado, especially if you're one of the
Yeah.
early ones in, and especially if you're coming off of like a destruction of someone else. So he'll be like, well, like he'll say some like grand thing, and then you just gotta be, keep it very even and calm, and just be like, and that's only if he doesn't recognize you, which it might happen. He might not, or might, depending on how focused he is.
True.
But I keep forgetting you literally met him, but I don't know if he's gonna recognize you based on just Twitter profile, or if it's gonna click
Yeah,
immediately.
yeah.
So
Should I tell him if he doesn't, or should I just let
if he
him like?
if he doesn't recognize you, I would absolutely point out who you are because that's gonna establish like some level of rapport off the bat.
Yeah,
Um,
I was gonna be like, oh, like nice to meet you again or something in the beginning. Oh my gosh, I dropped a speaker. Whatever. But um, yeah, I guess we'll see how he acts. Maybe I will like. I'll just see if he notices. But
yeah.
no,
Sure.
I think it'll be nice. Some of the people in the server that I was talking to said that party members do join confront the chairman from time to time, but yeah, it is
Okay.
mostly like opposition.
Mhm. Yeah.
And they said a lot of people will join and then like have a lot of their opinions changed about ACP, or like they'll end up learning a lot about like
Well, that's good. I mean, it takes a certain like level of open mindedness to even
yeah,
engage in like a discussion as opposed to just sort of just disregarding because like our I feel like our biggest critics are either slandering us or ignoring us, if that makes sense.
yeah.
Like Hassan's a good example of someone who will not engage with us and is to some extent a critic, and his whole
Do you think
strategy was just like don't interact.
Do you think Haz is going to get on InfoWars? I saw on Twitter, I think they were like pinging InfoWars or Alex Jones, and they were trying to get him on there.
That would be so cool. That would be sick.
That would be really cool. I'm pretty sure Hinkle has been on there, so maybe they do have those
Oh,
connections. Like, what if Hinkle just reaches out and he's like,
yeah.
"Hey, Alex, my my friend in the ACP wants to come talk to you."
My friend, that's the chairman. That'd
Yeah,
be a
no,
wild way to phrase that.
I know, but like if you think about the fact that Hinkle and Alex Jones, I'm pretty sure Hinkle has gone on to Jones's show multiple times.
Yeah,
So like he might just have his phone number in like a casual kind of way. So it might literally
yeah.
be like, "Hey, my friend the chairman really wants to come on your show." Like
If he pulls something like that off, that would be awesome. I would love to see Haas on Infowars.
I
That would
also
be
would.
crazy.
I think I would react to that for a YouTube video.
The internet would blow up over that, or at least our
That
frankly online leftist spaces would blow up over that.
I think that would really be like a domino
Yeah.
in the growth of ACP. Like getting on Infowars and being exposed to that many people, and especially with such a good speaker as Has is, right? Like
Hmm.
he goes on there and he gives like an actual professional speech to Alex Jones. I don't know. That would very. I just think it would really change public perception.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because the whole point of like MAGA communism and that particular strategy is to reorient the revolutionary subject back to the working class. And the working class is not like reading feminist theory and like
Yeah,
going to study, gender theory, whatever. Like they're out there watching Infowars. Like that's what they're
real.
doing. Um, so if we're actually serious about like reaching that audience, like it would make sense, and the left will really go in on you for doing any sort of content with people who aren't politically correct or even just don't 100% align with the liberal narrative effectively. So, but
But
that's
they're
why,
so gatekeepy. That's why they're
yeah,
losing.
100%. Because it's at a certain point, like it's just purity fetishism, and it's just a purity fetish, and
Yeah.
everything they kind of like work towards within the left seems to be like almost just a distraction. And then a lot of people like hold like such weird views on like what is revisionism, what is anti-revisionism. Others are just straight up ultra left. Others like claim to be Marxist Leninists, but are still just kind of fall into that wasn't real communism camp. Um,
I bet the average ACP member has read more Marxism than the average member of any other communist party in America at least.
yeah, I don't think I necessarily disagree, especially because it's like a small sample size, so it's kind of easier to like moderate that in a sense. Like once it gets bigger, I feel like we'll have more people who kind of aren't as informed. But I would say like while it is
Do you
at this
think
current
so?
size, I'd say it's accurate. Huh?
Even with like needing to take tests on reading, like I don't you need to take tests about a ton of different Marxist readings to maintain cadre status? Aren't
So
there
to
like
get in
isn't
to
there
be cadre,
ongoing
yes.
education for it?
For cadre, yes, but you don't have to become cadre. You can just stay as a reserve. Um,
True, 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 true.
and I
I
think
forget.
we're gonna eventually see people who want to be a part of the party but don't have the time commitment for cadre type stuff. At
Yeah,
that point, we'll kind of see more of like a growing bottom like amount of people who aren't as educated but are just kind of there to cheerlead. Um,
yeah, yeah.
but in the immediate, I would say we probably are one of the more well-read ones.
Based. Do
And I
love
think
that.
the main point in that is that like other, like I know people now in the party who came from other parties who are like not crazy well-read. So it's like okay, well clearly those parties weren't forcing them to read. Otherwise, they would
Yeah,
have been
yeah.
well-read coming from them. So You want me to like feed you answers or questions when you're talking to Haas?
Um,
Just kidding. No, I'm just joking.
if you wanted to, but I've already written them down, or like the ones that I had, and I
Yeah.
think for the most part, I'm gonna need to focus on the conversation itself, especially if he thinks I'm trying to be confrontational. Like what if
Yeah.
he like what if he gets mean? What do I do? Do I like I don't
Have
know.
them
I
a
like
fist fight. I don't know.
you said
No, I'm
tell him to
kidding.
fist fight.
Yeah.
No,
You and
stop,
me next
because
convention. Next convention. Just kidding. Uh,
no. I think I might actually have a chance on that one because he is definitely more built than I am, right? But like I have the wingspan on him, so I don't know.
he will destroy you, chat.
You think? Oh my God!
Like one
You
of the
think
things,
you
one of the
you
things I
think?
had to learn, like when I transitioned, was I used to train Muay Thai, like basically on and off since I was 10. I
Yeah.
tried doing Muay Thai classes again for a little bit, post transition. I was like, this is like not even close. Like I'm getting my ass whooped. Like I can't hurt people. Like hitting as hard as I can on some instances.
Okay,
And
but what about Nick Fuentes? Do you think? Okay. Okay.
I would
If
whip
I
his
try,
ass. I think you could too, probably.
you think I could? Okay, because never mind. There may or may not be something coming in the works where I challenge him to something like that.
That's
We'll,
crazy.
we'll see. We'll see.
Have you ever been punched though? That's the real question. Have you ever been punched in the face?
I yes, I have.
Like,
From time to time. Yes, like not bare fist with like boxing gloves, but I have been punched in the
okay.
face.
Enough that you don't inherently flinch at like getting like a shot thrown at you. Like, if I were just to like stand in front of you and just like act like I was about to punch you, would you inherently flinch?
I think I might. I think I might. But
Uh,
okay, let's think about this. If this hypothetical were to happen, let's think about my opponent. Do you think my opponent would be more prepared than I would be? Like let's not name names. I'm just saying in a hypothetical where this hypothetical happens, right? Because I don't know what YouTube's rules are. But in the hypothetical where the hypothetical thing maybe hypothetically happened, would
yeah.
my opponent hypothetically be more or less prepared than me hypothetically?
Well, hypothetically, we've seen a certain Kanye West enjoyer uh, basically get into a fight with someone,
Did
and
we?
I can say, yeah, there was a video of that certain Kanye West fan, the one who I said you could probably beat in a fight,
Yeah.
where he like,
Somebody went to his house, but I haven't seen like the fight.
no, not that one. There's one where he like is in a hotel lobby or something like that, and I think he gets smacked, and he ends up like throwing a couple of hammer fist punches at the other person. I'm like, oh yeah, no, he's never been punched in the face before. Like, if you were
Okay.
to just like throw a punch at him, like he'd probably flinch, and like that's kind of all it takes.
Okay.
If you can
Well,
just get past that fear of like flinching, like,
we will see what happens then. But I
like
I'm not going to challenge the chairman to a physical altercation because I love my chairman. I love my chairman, and I just I want to challenge people to fights on behalf of the collective that is unnamed, the one that I'm not naming because it's not associated. It's not sponsored by that collective, but that's how my brain feels.
if there is going to be a fight with that certain person who we're also not naming, not the chairman, the other
Yeah,
one, I
the
think they
other
should
one,
just throw
yeah.
me in. They should just throw me in for that one. I actually did train.
True. Oh my gosh. No, that would actually be insane. And I honestly doubt that he would ever accept that kind of thing.
You just call me the T slur and be like, I'm not fighting this. This is
But
what he would do.
wouldn't that make him weak though? Like as a man, aren't you supposed to not be scared to like handle business, right? So if Nick Fuentes is a man, shouldn't he not be scared to handle business against especially against one of us? You know what I mean? Like one of the transgenders?
What I feel like would probably have to happen is like Because keep in mind, this is also like a person who's like has his own base, you know?
True, 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 true,
He'd
true,
probably
true.
just
Yeah.
be like, I'm not just gonna go box random trans things, is probably what he would call us, you know what I mean? Like, he's not just
True.
gonna just go fight anyone. I'm
Even,
sure plenty of people
even.
has challenged in the fights.
Oh my gosh, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
We'll see. It's 9 o'clock. I wonder if he's gonna be late.
Who knows? This is a really schizo conversation.
It is a it is a little schizo. I apologize. I apologize. But
I don't know.
no, I
Better
true. What the one of my cords behind my computer just started moving out of nowhere. I don't know what happened.
ghosts, hackers. I don't know.
Yeah, I have ghosts.
Ghost hackers. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't have all the answers. Ask Chairman Haas why the cord was moving.
Real, 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 real.
Just be like, Haas, my question for you is why was the cord behind my computer moving? And just see what the hell he says to that.
What if he just kicked me off? Feds?
He probably
Oh,
would. He would think you're. Oh, the feds.
yeah, that's what somebody in the YouTube chat said. They said the feds are moving the cord.
Yeah, no, that's true.
It's probably the fan. I do my fan on. I just don't understand why it just moved now and not like an hour ago. It's freaking me out.
Haunted. I told you you're haunted.
I
Ghost,
I am I am
ghost pirates from outer space.
real.
So, what do you see yourself doing for the party going forward? Like, I'm curious how
What
you kind of foresee yourself.
what do you mean?
Like, what exactly do you want to do within the party? Out of curiosity, like, I mean, like, you clearly seem to be trying to like work yourself towards something. If that makes sense, like, you seem to be trying to make yourself useful to the party because you're
Yeah,
engaging actively. So,
I keep saying it, so maybe this is the reason why they won't they won't take me, but I keep saying I want to participate in the freaking info war.
they don't know
And
you. You just got here.
oh my gosh, I know. But I've been reaching out to Haz since weeks before the rally. Just sending him message after message. Most of them are unread. I said this, but
He's a busy man. Jeez.
I know. I That's what everybody keeps telling me. That's what everybody keeps telling me. But I just like to I just like to go directly to the decision makers, right?
Yeah.
I used to be in sales, and that's what they teach you. They tell you they tell you you need to be speaking to the decision maker. Otherwise, you're
Yeah.
wasting your time. But
That makes sense.
I think that is what I would like to do in the grand scheme, is I would like to contribute more to the ACP's Infowar strategy. And I don't know, the all the other things that come with participating. Like I do want to get more involved locally. The biggest issue being that in my extremely local area, there's not a lot of other ACP members. Although we just had somebody join like a week ago, which is awesome. I'm actually so excited. And them and I are going out in like a week to do some party work, some social investigation. So that's exciting.
That's
Um,
awesome.
yeah, yeah. So that is extremely exciting. Very happy somebody joined locally to me. But yeah, so I guess that's really it. I want to do more InfoWars stuff with with the party, and I want to be more involved locally as well with the party stuff. So
Well, my advice
what?
to you then would be is if you really want to get involved in the Infowar type stuff, would literally just be to like make videos about ACP. And not just like this
Oh,
kind of like almost like lifestyle vlog type stuff of like, oh, I went to the convention. Like, I would say just get yourself up to par on the reading list, and then like
I'm
once you
working
have
through it
cadre status,
slowly.
yeah,
There's a lot of freaking readings.
I know.
I'm working through it though. I'm working through
I've
it.
already read a portion of them, like a decent portion, so it doesn't look as daunting to me, probably.
Yeah,
Um, but once you like, I would say just get yourself educated on the topic and then make videos about it. Like you don't need permission to do that. You realize that,
I
right?
know.
Like
I
they're
I also
pretty
am not
strict.
going to give too many details, but I'm actively engaging in it on an ongoing basis. But you just asked what I want to do with the party. I'd rather do it with them than on my own. You know what I mean?
I get that, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So
cool.
it's not. Yeah, I'm here. I'm in it.
Very nifty.
What about you? Where do you want to like be with the party, or like what do you want to do with them?
Um, well, first I gotta get my footing with in-person events. I went to one, and then I'm going to another on Saturday. I want to get cadre status, of course. And then from there, I don't know. Like I said, I'm gonna start making content um, pretty soon. But because I used to have a channel way back in the day that made pro infrared content. I only had like a few videos. Um, so I want to get back into a lot of that stuff. But also, when I did that video with you, I realized how
Mm-hmm.
much I say like that stupid stuff. So I started practicing my public speaking again,
Yeah.
just because I need to get that up to par, or just work off a script whenever I'm doing stuff. And I don't want to have to rely on a script 24/7. So
No, that definitely makes sense. And even with scripts, I also find myself dropping in those filler words from time to time.
yeah, I have like a pretty unique idea for how I want to present my content that I haven't seen anyone do too much, or really
Mm-hmm.
at all. I'm not going to specify because I want anyone stealing my idea, but I
Yeah.
have a cool idea of how I want my content to look when I start making videos again. Because I used to just do weird like VHS filter video essay type stuff.
Mm.
Was like how it used to look. Um, and I just thought that was edgy and cool and like, oh, this is like the lost tapes from the Cold War or something, you know. But
Yeah.
I have a different idea. We're gonna do something cool and more professional and less inadvertently analog horror looking. So to answer the question, I just kind of want to also kind of Infowars stuff.
Yeah.
Um,
The InfoWars is
oh
just so fun, right? Like,
yeah, 100%. I mean, like, well, yeah, I don't know what to say. The end.
yeah. I think it'll also be a lot easier to know where slash what I want to do with it as it continues to grow and as more things are happening. Like,
Yeah,
right now it's still super small. There's not a ton going on. Like I think multiple chapters have drayage trucker stuff going on, but other than that, there's not a ton
yeah,
of projects that I like know about. Which could be because it could be because I'm a reserve member and I just don't know everything that's going on in the party. But like I think as the party grows, it will that issue will kind of solve itself. I imagine.
in my opinion, what's really gonna open that possibility up is once the chapter enterprises start to take a take a more substantial form than just really just a dream at the moment.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Once that kind of takes a more substantial base and actually has like kind of a lot going on for it, that's when the other opportunities that will be within the party are going to actually start to emerge. Because then it's going to be more than just like, oh, well, I made a post in promotion, I like handed out a flyer. Like, there's actually going to be proper party work that can be undertaken.
Yeah, somebody in chat said it's definitely because I'm a reserve member or because we're reserve members that we don't see all the other stuff going on.
Yeah, I'm aware there is other stuff.
Yeah,
Also, I
yeah.
think you're in a smaller chapter. Like there's a good deal of stuff going on within my party that even as a reserve member I am aware of. Or within my chapter. Let's
Mm.
say party chapter. Within my chapter there's a decent amount more than I think people might know. I know you mentioned the Triage trucker stuff. Like, that's going on in Kelly.
I think
So,
it's multiple states or multiple chapters, but
it probably is.
where's Mr. Hazaldine? I thought he was going live at 9 p.m. Eastern Time.
Remember when people were saying his name was Adam Tahir?
No, what?
Okay, so there was a whole thing for a while when like people were like, "Oh, we doxed Haz. His real name is Adam Tahir," and this whole stupid fucking thing where
I- isn't
they were trying to
isn't
claim
it his name public? Or
it
was
is
this
now. It
before that?
wasn't.
Oh,
This
gotcha,
is way
gotcha.
before that. This is way before, and then I guess Danny Shaw revealed his real name. Um, so like that finally put it to bed. I think there's still people who still deny it. Like, no, his name's still Adam Tahir. It's like the narrative just keeps falling apart surrounding ACP, infrared, like all these,
Yeah.
like this whole community, like the narrative they're trying to like portray of us just 100% keeps falling apart piece by piece, and eventually it will just kind of and just be gone. You know, like there won't be much more you can say. And I think something vaguely, like I haven't checked in on the right wing in a long time, but I know like for Nick Fuentes' circle, like there's something kind of similar where the entire right was extremely critical of him. But like I know he's like at least for a while was like just gaining more influence. At his AF pack, he had like actual senators and stuff show up. So when he kind of reaches that point, it kind of doesn't matter what random
Yeah.
copers like on the internet are saying about, oh, like he's not that important. Like, really? Did you talk to a politician? Like, and I think like we're gonna see more of that within the ACP, and it's just gonna be this thing where people keep talking about how we're gonna like have our downfall soon, while we just keep like you know going upward in momentum and popularity and accomplishments.
Yeah.
And it's just gonna be this real crazy making thing of like, can they push the narrative that we're doing nothing, like enough that people actually believe it? And the answer will be no, they can't. They can't push it hard enough. So
That's good. ACP for the win.
ACP for the win. ACP till I DIE.
ACP till I DEI.
I knew you were gonna say that. I knew you were gonna say. I called
Oh
myself
my
the
gosh.
diversity hire of I called myself the diversity hire of AC. Not, yeah, of ACP. Um,
That's hilarious. Um,
when I was at one of the events, I was like meeting all the party members. I was like, "Hi, I'm the diversity hire." Oh,
I think we both want to keep it kind of a secret. But if you DM me on Discord, I'll tell you. I just don't want to tell the whole world on YouTube what chapter I'm in. And I think X is the same way. Um, but maybe not about the DM thing, but you can DM me about my chapter. Somebody in the comments
yeah,
asked, so yeah, yeah,
don't DM
don't
me.
DM
I'll
X.
cuss you out. I'll cuss you out if you DM me. No, I was kidding.
um, yeah, but I'm willing to share just in a private conversation, preferably. Um, yeah, or
Oh, I
as private as DMs can get, at least. You know, always assume everything is getting leaked all the time.
You don't know the
But
golden rule of the internet?
yeah,
Don't leak
no,
DMs, because otherwise, who's gonna trust you?
no, this is the strange thing to me, right? Is like I hear so many people say that, and it's like, yes, I understand that. But when I grew up, people got in trouble because the school administrators were going through people's phones because of, underage, inappropriate communications. Don't make me fill in the lines here. But in like, so in my head, you should always be ready for your parents and your principal to be looking at every single text message that you send. Not that I ever got in trouble for this, but I'm just saying, like, it's not about you leaking the DM. It's about the fact that, like, you never know who's going to pull it up. You never know if a judge is going to be looking at that with you, because that's like the parallel to for adults is like,
No,
um, the the
I'll bring the
principal.
Keemstar reference. That's
Yeah,
more
yeah,
Keemstar reference.
it's a Kingstar reference.
Keemstar. Never mind. It's an old
Oh,
reference to Keemstar, the drama alert guy. That was the thing he always said was the golden rule of the internet is don't leak DMs because otherwise who's going to trust you?
oh, I never watched Keem. Oh, well, I like watched a couple of his. Like, I've seen clips. I wasn't like a heavy Keemstar watcher.
I wasn't really thinking the DMs are sacred or anything.
Yeah. Oh, no. You're good. You're good. You're good. I was just I was talking to one of my friends who's a little older than me, and I'm not sure if it's just like an age difference thing or just like me being chronically online, but they had made some reference to like, oh, be careful like about how we're texting, and I was like, is everybody not all the time? Like, wait a minute, what?
Oh yeah.
But they were just getting weird because we live in a state that isn't like, never mind. I don't. Never mind. Anyways, yeah, age differences are funny, and OPSEC differences are funny. Yeah, if everything got leaked, it would really suck. But I personally wouldn't say that I'm like screwed if everything gets leaked, because I would, for better or worse, be willing to stand with everything that I've said in DMs. Some of it would not be like comfortable for me to like stand with, but like I could stand with it.
Yeah. Fair.
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't
we have
know.
a chapter exec in the chat. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah. What chapter are you in, PXE? If you're willing to share, if you're willing to share. You get too silly in DMs? Oh no. Do we have a silly DMer over here? Somebody call the internet police.
Um,
Iowa. Iowa.
no,
Iowa. Wow.
okay.
Oh my gosh. Where even is Iowa? I feel like I need to pull up a map, and I feel so bad for this.
Midwest.
I know it's on the Midwest. Oh, I actually thought it was on the opposite side of the. I don't know why, but I think I thought Iowa was, or like I think I thought Idaho was Iowa. Like, isn't this Idaho? Right. The like the one that
Let me see.
dips over there. I don't know. Idaho on map. Yeah, that is Idaho.
Oh,
I knew where Idaho was. I just didn't know where Iowa was.
yeah.
My bad. My bad. My bad.
Crazy.
That is.
Disrespecting Idaho and
Oh.
Iowa. That's crazy. Okay.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. I actually just doxed my city. And it's too late. Like, it already happened, so I pulled up Google Maps. And it has the little blue dot.
Crazy. Oh. I would
It's
delete the bot
fine.
after this, if I were you.
No, honestly, I don't even really care that much. I'm a proud
No.
Second Amendment supporter, and that is how I'll phrase that. If anybody comes to my
Yeah.
house, they will regret it.
Obviously, that means she's a New Yorker.
Yeah. Yeah. I might delete the VOD. We'll see. We'll see. It's not like most people watch them after the fact anyway. Flop
That's true.
sack.
No, that's true. Flop stack.
Yeah.
100%. Flop stack. Let's go. Team flop sack.
For real.
if this video gets 100 likes, we're sending out RIPs to the ops immediately.
If this
We're
video gets
talking
1,000
memes.
likes, I will leak my own address.
We're dropping addies. We're dropping names, legal names, not
Oh
even
my
chosen
god.
names. We'll be dropping our IP addresses. We'll be
Real.
dropping social
MAC
security numbers,
addresses. Yeah,
credit card numbers.
and the 3-letter code on the back.
Exactly, but not the expiration date. I don't want people to know that. You got to
Or,
figure that one out.
there's only what? I guess 1,000. There's 1,000 options that could be. Or no, I guess they can all be 1 to 12. 12 times 12 times 12 times 12.
I don't know.
Wait, 12?
I
Where
failed
did I get
math.
12?
I failed algebra like 3 times. What the heck is that?
One
Oh,
can be 12 and one can be 31. So
that was frightening.
are there only 372 options? Like max? Not well, there'd be less than that because not all have 31, but
Well, no,
like
because
around
the
there.
date only goes for an expiration date in the um on a credit card or whatever. It's literally only month and year.
Well, yeah,
That's
so
the
it would be well, I guess I thought
yeah.
why did I think it was month and day for a minute? That'd be
Credit card just
crazy if
lasts 1 year.
yeah, no that'd be insane.
Mm-hmm.
See, that would be a big that would be a big capital scheme to like and then you if they did that, they would charge you every year. Every year they'd be like, "Okay, it's going to be another $10 for the card."
That'll be okay. That's gonna be the new party enterprise or chapter enterprise. It's gonna be
Real.
loan sharks. Or it's gonna become loan sharks and
That's like
and like
the casinos, right? You just like like steal all the money from everybody else and then be like, "And we're going to use this to invest in our communities."
yeah. Oh, that's yeah. We just we like find out wherever the greatest like concentration of people who don't like us is, and then we just set up loan shark like money lenders in their city.
Real.
That's
Where do you think
crazy.
where do you think it is? What city do you think has the most anti-ACP individuals? What city hates ACP the most?
Jerusalem,
Yeah.
Mossad, the
What
Feds.
what
I don't
what
know.
American?
Where's the
Okay, okay.
CIA headquarters?
Okay, don't give me van. Don't give me van. What
Okay, okay.
American cities?
Where's the CIA located?
Oh my God. FBI is Northern Virginia, like Arlington,
Oh,
Quantico.
yeah.
Where is the CIA?
I don't know.
Langsley? No, Langsley is FBI.
Langley Falls. Wait, oh no, Langley Falls, isn't it?
Is Langley FBI or CIA?
I think that's CIA. Now I think about it. Yeah,
It
because
is
American Dad.
CIA.
Yeah, Langley Falls. Okay, so
Interesting.
that's the greatest concentration of. That's where all the anti-ACP accounts are made. Langley, yeah, that's where they all are. Shout out to the ops.
GG. Wait, who said Haz is showering? How do you know Haz is showering? Because people in the on his infrared thing, he's not live, but they're saying that it's cooked. That would suck if he didn't show up. Because I wasn't ready last week. I needed more time to prepare. New York City, due to
What is
the
this?
amount of RCP members there. Wait, what's the
What's
like beef
RCP?
between RCP and ACP? That's Revolutionary Communist Party, I'm guessing. Are they like Trotskyists or like why do they dislike ACP? What's the beef? He said 9:30. Okay. Thank you for checking on that, Sombra.
Oh, at 9:30. Okay.
Yeah.
Two kids just showed up near where I am.
They're Trotskyists. Gotcha.
Oh, that makes sense.
The the RCP is. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm at a public park right now.
You're at a public park. Are you vibing? Is it a nice public
Oh
park?
yeah, it is. I'll drop a pin, so that way the RCP can come show up and like find me.
Oh, are you in New York City?
No,
Doxed.
no, I'm
Doxed.
not. No, I'm not New York. I'm not New
No,
York.
I'm just trolling you. I actually would have felt so
No.
bad if you were, and then like I actually like make a joke, and I'm
That would be
actually like,
funny.
no, I would feel
Yeah.
so bad. I've done that before, and then I get so awkward, and it's okay. It
What I will say is
happens.
they're like eventually just the nature of me being fairly recognizable within the party, being that there's like literally two of us. I feel like there will be a dox of me at some
Hey,
point.
I think
If I
there's
get
at
involved in
least
person.
I think there's at least three of us, or four
Oh
of
yeah, that's
us.
true. Is there the fourth? Who's the fourth?
So there's you, me. There's this other
Okay.
person who reached out to me on Twitter.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
gonna say her name, but there is a trans
Yeah.
woman in ACP who reached out to me.
Heck yeah.
And then I don't know. Thank you.
That's
I'm glad you like them, PXC.
I like
All
the video.
the anti-ACP guy did not like that video. He emailed.
Oh,
He did. Wait, did I tell you? He emailed me again after I won the privacy complaint, and
uh-huh.
we shouldn't say too many names or details because I don't want to risk anything. But
Right,
I
right.
want there was a privacy complaint. The video got taken down for a couple days. I won the privacy complaint, so the video got put back up. And then I received an email from one anti-ACP individual
Uh-huh.
asking if I had watched the short that said individual had sent. And I was like, yes, I watched your. Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say anything because I felt like
Yeah.
that would be like smart alecky, and I wasn't trying to be a smart aleck.
You made a
Um,
short about you,
yeah,
or
yeah, and specifically
I'll go check it out.
about the MAGA communist who made a video about him. I'm pretty sure is the phrasing.
Uh, that's
So,
crazy.
it is what it is. It is what it is.
Here's what I'll say: the victor sets the terms. You gotta give him like a requirement to take it down, and then just don't take it down when he does it.
No, that's too much. That's too much.
No, I'm joking. I can just imagine him coping and seething, though, like on the other end, just like, don't you know what happens when a 5'4" nice guy gets gets pissed off, or whatever the devil
That's
shivers.
how
I could just see him coping and seething over that.
that's hilarious. I genuinely do feel bad that like he's uncomfortable with it, but like
Yeah.
I care more about the truth of the party and like the nuance of the situation than I care about the individual feelings, which makes me feel really bad on the one hand, but on the other hand, it's like I don't know. Why do you want to spend your time trashing on this organization that like doesn't deserve it? Right? Like
For
I don't
real,
know.
for real.
So like
That's what we do.
I'm
That's part of like charity work. So like when people are
exactly.
like talking crap about us right now, like I don't particularly feel like an issue. It's like really, like
Yeah.
we're cleaning up trash and trying to
Yeah,
like
yeah.
unionize people. Like what would you like us to be doing? Like voting Democrat? Like is that like like
Real.
it's like Marx and Engels said. We have nothing to lose, but I don't know. I was gonna make a stupid joke. I fucked that one up. I was gonna say workers of the world vote Democrat or something. Like that's like what they want, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Somebody said he's uncomfortable with him being wrong. If he was uncomfortable with his position being shared, then he wouldn't have made a video that long.
Yeah.
And I
He could.
agree with that so much because if he really did have that mental position, then
Mhm.
he would have taken his video down. And that was really like
100%.
the tipping point where I was like, he says he wants to be out of it, but then like he's not out of it. He's still in it actively. It's on his channel. I like, and I don't know. It was like
Mhm.
I don't know nuance and like two sides of every story. More than two sides generally are more than are important, but at the very least, two sides to any story are like needed.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It was crazy that he said I never watched. The response has made. Like, how are you not gonna watch like a response, like a reaction video to your video
Yeah.
that you felt so passionately about? Anyways, I'm not trying to
Yeah.
go on and on and on and on, but like,
Well, I'll say this about him and like his issue with us is that if you watch the Midwestern Marx takedown of his video, it's like 5 minutes long, and the main point that like does not get brought up in regards to him a lot is that virtually all his critique in that whole video had to do with LaRouche, had to do with Dugan, and it's
yeah,
like that's not us. These are two distinct like groups, or these are two other like factions that are not us. And that's the predominant source of his critique is just they interacted with these people who the rest of the left doesn't like. What he probably thought would
yeah,
happen is he would have like this major outpouring of support from like, like liberals and leftists and stuff. And like they would come and like protect him from anything that ACP could throw at him. Like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, you're just not that important. Like, that was just not that impactful of a video. I can
you're
see like
not
most
that
of the
guy.
reactions.
You are
You're
not
not
that
him, dude.
guy.
You're not him. Like that's what he thought would probably like. That's one of my best guesses what he thought would happen and like why he's so disturbed now that this is all kind of like settled. I guess
Yeah.
it's annoying and also like I don't know. It's just comes off weird. Like I don't think there even is any Dugan in like the first level of the reading list. I know there's no LaRouche. Um,
I don't know if they're going to put Dugan even in the reading list because I know Has has
I
said that like
know.
he Has likes Dugan, but the
Yeah.
party as at large isn't required to read Dugan, doesn't know
Right.
Dugan. Like,
The only stance that's like mandatory I'd imagine would be like the multipolarity aspect. Hold on.
is that
Yeah.
Dugan's concept? Did Dugan made
Multipolarity?
multipolarity? Yeah,
No, but it's central to I don't think it comes from him, but like it's central to kind of what he talks about. I know that's why
yeah,
infrared is like big on it is because of that Dugan influence. Um so like that's why I bring it up. Like if it's kind of relevant if it comes from somewhere else, because like that is where Haz gets that from seemingly.
yeah, yeah.
Is from that Dugan influence and the Eurasianism influence. You know? What is this? Let's see.
There's no Dugan in the reading list. Based. He was ahead of the game on elaborating. Sorry, he was ahead of the game on elaborating on FS, on for sure. Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah. Oh, oh well. L bozos, W's to
yeah.
us until it gets too
W
real.
W's in the
Then
chat.
L's us too.
True, true. Why does anybody know why Has streams on Kick and not like YouTube or like Twitch?
Yeah,
Like why?
yeah. So he's banned from Twitch and YouTube. They started attacking like some of the videos. I think he had a video get taken down, and his whole thing was like, I'm like he built that channel. He's like, I'm not gonna let them like strike down the channel.
Yeah.
Particularly because of like a lot of the Russia Ukraine stuff that was happening. So he just switched to Kick and like just started doing all the streams on Kick. But he's banned from Twitch.
Hmm.
That's why I know Twitch. And then he was just doing straight YouTube for a while, and now it's Kick just because they don't moderate anything on Kick.
Yeah,
So he
yeah.
can like be as bombastic as he wants. He can have whoever he wants on stream. So he got
Ooh, somebody
unbanned from
said,
Twitch recently.
yeah, that's
Oh,
nice.
nifty. Well, that's great.
Do you think
I wish
it'll be
more
okay?
websites did that.
Sorry,
Hmm?
what'd you say?
I was gonna say I just wish more websites just randomly unban you.
Yeah, I wonder if it was random or if it was like a timed thing. If they were like, you're banned for 1 year.
It was a perma ban from what I
Oh,
remember.
really?
Yeah, but they just like do that. Like I remember Vouch was perma banned at one point, and he just randomly was like, "Oh, I just randomly got him banned. I don't know why." Like I don't know why either. Why do they just do that?
Yeah, that's weird.
That's weird.
Maybe
Oh, well,
maybe they've like a lottery, and every day they're like, we're gonna unban 2 of the permaban people.
that's crazy. I feel like the vast majority of that would just appealed, I believe. Oh, wait, hold on.
I
I
think
can't.
has appealed
Has appealed? Okay. There's like
to
literally a
Twitch.
stupid ad blocking my part of my screen because YouTube just puts ads on mobile now for whatever reason where I can't get rid of it.
I hate that.
Have you seen that?
No, I don't really use YouTube on my phone
That's
super
valid.
often.
Don't. I'm gonna start using Pipe from now on, the like YouTube viewer app.
Pipe
But
pipe?
yeah, you know, like like New Pipe and like those apps where you can like view YouTube without like actually being on YouTube. Like it's like the like
Oh
YouTube
yeah,
plugin
yeah,
type
yeah, yeah.
stuff. Yeah, so I downloaded that and I'm gonna start using that on my phone because I'm annoyed that they literally put an ad that just sits on top of my screen now when I'm like, and it doesn't always pop up, but it's like I'm not paying for premium. Like I'm not paying
Yeah.
for premium. So elbozos at YouTube.
Real, real, real,
Don't
real,
they know
real,
what
real.
happens when a 5'4" trans femme who is a nice guy but trans femme girl thing gets mad? The devil shivers. Just kidding. That's stupid. I'll write them a
I think
strongly worded letter.
I think that is the best plan I've heard in my whole life. I think it will 100% success rate.
What, a strongly worded letter?
Yeah. Strongly worded
Like,
letters, that's the only effective way to get anything done nowadays, right? Thoughts and
oh, that's about
prayers
a,
and and
yeah.
strongly worded letters.
Don't forget bitching on Twitter.
Real, real
Yeah.
complaining, and don't forget to tag them. Don't forget to tag them when you're complaining on Twitter.
Dear YouTube, I need you to remove all the ads from your website because they're interfering with my viewing process.
Real.
Sincerely, 420, Blaze It, Communism Gang.
I had to
At
reach out
gmail.com.
to I had to reach out to Team YouTube recently on Twitter, and
Mm-hmm.
it didn't work. They just
Huh?
put me in touch with somebody who was like, "You already appealed. You already lost the appeal. You're not getting it restored." It was one of my black pill videos. Apparently, I was doing a hate speech. I don't think I was. I don't feel like I'm the kind of person to like that kind of thing. But apparently, my video about the black pill and
Huh.
about I don't even think I'm allowed to say this word, the I word, the people that are unable to
Oh yeah,
engage,
yeah.
romantically or
Those,
sexually with others. Um, Apparently, talking about them is engaging in hate speech and promoting a hateful group. Yeah,
that's lame.
yeah, yeah.
The I
So
word is crazy.
the I word is crazy, except I have a friend who also makes black pill content. She's another trans woman, and she
Mhm,
had 2 videos removed and appeals
mhm,
rejected. And
mhm.
I have another friend who about 6 months ago got her whole channel taken down, um, for making black pill slash trans maxing content.
That's
So
whack.
yeah, so I'm just
Oh wait, you're from the Transmaxer community, aren't you?
kind of.
Cause, cause
I've coexisted with them at times,
oh, okay.
yes.
Cause
But
I know you did
I
like.
didn't start there, if that makes sense.
Oh, gotcha. Cause
Yeah.
I was just thought that because I know you did the video with J Rig on Transmaxing.
Yeah.
That was the first time I like came across you was in that one. Um, Element
Yeah.
I word group is my favorite protected class. That's crazy. Wild how like they're protecting I words now, but like you can make fun of trans people on YouTube now. Crazy.
Low key, what if that was like a strategy? You know how like ACP did the MAGA communism thing? They could do like the like inverse. The word is escaping me, but like a joke where you lean into something so satirical. Like
Mhm,
what if they pushed the ID poll version of the
mhm.
incel identity, like as if it were
Wow.
legitimate
The I
through
word.
the yeah, yeah, through this like
Like
anti-memetic where they're like, Never mind. I mean, maybe people would probably run with
We're
that the wrong way
we're
because
gonna
most people
fly
can't
too
handle
close to the sun.
satire. But yeah, no, that's what I'm
We're-
saying. Most people can't
Yeah.
handle satire, but maybe I can do it as a non-sponsored, non-official party source. I can make satire, and this is
That's
even
true.
kind of related to my past content. If, but
Yeah.
then is the video going to get taken down because I'm promoting hate speech for talking
I don't
about
know.
this group at all? The I
Oh,
words.
yeah,
The
yeah.
I words.
Yeah, the I word. Speaking of hate speech, earlier today on X, um ACP ACP leaks rather said something about how they're suing Haas in Germany.
Wait, they're
So
what?
they're trying to sue Haas in Germany or something stupid.
Who is?
ACP leak. ACP leaks.
That's yeah. I didn't know if you said like they were or just a group was. This is
No, they
crazy.
were.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So I reposted the one that they did where they said like we're suing Haas. I reposted it and I quoted it saying what do you call it? Said saying what zero pussy does to a motherfucker.
Oh my gosh. GG.
That's
This
just
is
stupid.
crazy.
Shout out to me. I'm still the best. Just kidding.
If you get
Shots
sued
inbound.
by somebody in a different country, do you have to go over there? Like, will Has have to
Probably.
fly to Germany to like go to German court, or how does this actually work if he does get sued by somebody? Also,
I mean,
I thought ACP Leaks was in the UK or something, not.
well, I don't know. It's because they're trying to like capitalize on like certain like um anti NAZ
Yeah,
whatever other
got yeah,
letter. It's
yeah,
like
yeah,
that kind of
yeah,
laws.
yeah.
Is what they said. They're like, oh, they have very strict laws against this. And I'm
Yeah,
like, man, just talk to the manager and get the hell out of here. Like, I'm tired of these ACP leaks nonsense. Like,
real.
send your complaint on Yelp, like, and then just like get on with your life. Like
Yeah.
we've heard you out at this point. We've heard you out, big captain. Yeah, for real. That's
AC,
stupid.
there's like a handful of them. It's like ACP Leaks, ACP Reports, and like
Oh,
just like a bunch of names like that. There's just a bunch of people so dedicated that they spend their entire day, every single day, wrote like just talking about the same stuff. And like, I don't know, it feels so dumb that like this is just really how they want to spend every single day, day after day after day.
crazy.
How the fuck
Oh,
are you gonna sue someone in Germany?
I think it's through the EU, if I'm not mistaken. Like, not. I don't think it's directly through Germany. It's like a weird thing. I don't know. It's annoying stuff. Hold on.
Wait, but does anybody know? Would Has have to go to Germany if he gets sued from like sued from Germany?
Let me look it up. Let me hold on. I'm not gonna. Let me look up that baller post I made. EU has very strict. Oh, it's the EU. Okay, it's not Germany.
Oh, okay,
EU has
okay.
very strict laws against that word. We are taking Haas to court under, and then he listed a German word, which is where I thought it was in Germany, but it's the EU. So I don't know what they want to accomplish there. Oh well. Just the fact that people from like ACP are like liking my post and stuff. I'm just like,
It's
what zero,
it's
whatever does to
pretty
mother.
cool to see how the like ACP community on Twitter works. Like
Mhm.
I will post about random stuff and I will just vaguely mention ACP or like the American Communist Party, etc. And then there's like the Red Army that shows up. It's like, oh my gosh.
We stand ACP. We stand our comrades.
Yeah. Like he's an American living in America Americanly.
Oh,
Real.
that's facts. No, that's facts. They forgot to consider that when they were suing him.
Maybe they could like sue him in the way where if he ever has to pass through, they could stop him, right? Like he's an
That would
American
make sense.
living in America Americanly, but if he ever flies through German and the Germans want to like, want to constrain him like a German Germanly, then like
Yeah.
they might just lock him up.
That's crazy. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I could see that because it's the EU. It's not German. It's not Germany. I
Yeah.
was wrong on that. But it was under a German word they listed. Like they're like, or we'll
Oh,
show
got you,
you
got you.
under Das Wiener Schnitzel or whatever the hell the word
Dosh
was.
Wiener Schnitzel is crazy.
I don't know.
Under the Wiener Schnitzel. We're suing him under the Wiener Schnitzel. Oh my gosh.
Germany stays taking off.
that
But I
that
don't know.
that that's
I
what
wasn't really
that's what
interested. Yeah.
that's what they
But
call anti-gay laws in Germany.
what?
Das Wiener Schnitzel.
Wow, that's crazy.
I was just making a joke. I was just making a joke,
That's
making a
funny.
joke.
I know you're doing. That's
Oh
funny.
my gosh. Yeah. Anyways, where's Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hazaldian?
I don't know. You got to bring me on a stream more though. You got to bring me on a stream more.
No, that'd be fun. I think it would be fun to like have more ACP people. Like, what if I just kind of had a stream room open or like a stream yard
Mhm.
open for any ACP people that want to join. Cause then I don't even have to deal with like the oh my god, strangers are gonna join and say slurs issue, right? Cause it's
Yeah.
like, oh, these are ACP people. One, they're cryptographically hashed on the ACP website. So if we really need to, we can figure it out that way. But realistically, like these are vetted people that like I don't know. These are like
Yeah.
trusty people. He
Just be like,
forgot
who forgot? Oh wow, he forgot.
has.
So sad.
Yeah. What were you saying?
I don't remember. It probably wasn't important, but I don't know. Some nonsense related to whatever important thing you were saying. Uh, ADHD. Sorry.
Oh,
Um.
I was saying that if I could leave a stream room open for ACP
Oh
people because
yeah.
they're like they're pre-vetted.
Yeah. But like the question is, how do you verify that they're actually like, unless you're literally just gonna sit there looking through like the crypto hash thing on it, you know? Which you
I
could
could just
realistically do.
I could just have them send it to me. Like I guarantee there's a bot you could set up that could like check the site, make sure it's a real but then they could just take somebody else's hash, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. They could.
There's got to be ways to verify. Maybe we could ask the party, or we wouldn't be able to because we're reserves, but maybe I could ask a cadre member to ask the party to set up some like API verification tool. You know how you can like sign in with Google, sign in with Twitter, sign in with like etc. What if you could
Mm.
sign in with ACP? Sign in
Oh
with
yeah,
with cadre card.
that's crazy. I can't wait till ACP is the only party in America. Oh yeah, okay. So someone in the chat, Sombra said that they chat GBT'd it, and international litigation is the thing, but it's hard to pull
Hmm.
off. What I could see happening is something where like he just isn't able to show up, and just kind of has to
Yeah.
defer to them, and then like it's like he's banned from Germany now or something. I don't
Yeah.
know
Yeah.
what they think they're accomplishing with that. I don't know. I don't know enough of how this is gonna work, or why they're doing it, or why they can't just like I don't know take up knitting or something, like get a hobby. But
Real.
it's crazy.
Like, girl, get a hobby. I I I want to learn how to knit. I know how to like sew,
Huh?
but I don't know how to know. I don't know how to knit or like do yarn, like thread stuff.
Right. Like crochet and stuff like that.
Yeah, that was the word I was looking for. That was the word I was
Yeah,
looking for.
I had a feeling. I don't know how to do that either. I don't know how to sew even. I tried sewing. I like stabbed myself in the hand and it was like sad
Hmm.
because I didn't have like the thimble thing. So I was just like, oh yeah, I'm sewing. Ah, and I stabbed my finger, and it was sad. One like equals one prayer. If this post gets 10,000 likes, I will stab myself in the finger with a sewing needle live on Cat's stream
No,
in Minecraft. In
it won't
Minecraft.
happen. This is fake news. Fake news. Fake news right here on X.com. Get it directly
Fake news.
from the live language model known as X.
If
Fake
you want
news.
more fake news, follow me on Twitter. Can I drop my Twitter?
If you really want to. Are you
If you
doxing
want,
yourself more than you want to be doxed? Your name is
oh
X
no,
on here right now.
well, I mean, I made
Okay,
a
yeah,
Twitter
you're good.
for like party stuff.
You're good. I just want to make sure like you are like drawing that connection intentionally. Yeah.
No, I know. Yeah, I know. I
Okay.
made a Twitter specifically for like party stuff. So if you want more fake news, follow me on Twitter. It's at that Juche bitch, ThatJuche, and then the B word. Follow me. I'll be posting only the freshest DPRK defending content, and I guess cyberbullying our ops apparently. So yeah, you can follow me if you want, anyone.
Real.
But yeah, but I'm just gonna start like doing, because I forget who I told this to last, but I don't know if I told you, but I used to have a Telegram where I would like do like defense of the DPRK type stuff. I'm gonna do it on X now.
Oh, cool.
So this is back in the day. I'm brushing up. Been reading Kim Il Sung's the biography of his revolutionary work or activity. I think is the word they use. I've been brushing up on that. Let me just tell you, Kim Il Sung is that guy. He's him.
He's
Bro
that
is
guy.
him. He's that guy. He is him. Kim Il Sung. Do you know Kim
Can
Il
you
Sung?
can you all just can you all just imagine being him? I could never. I could never be him. Um um my Twitter is mixed use. So just
Oh,
be intentional about
oh
that
hell
as
yeah.
well.
Oh yeah, PXE followed me. Yay. Shout out to the homie PXE. Shout out. He did nothing wrong. Free him.
Juice.
Let's see. No, this
Juice.
stupid ad. My, we stand. We do. If you want more, even more misinformation on Twitter, you can follow Cat. And I don't know what your thing is off the top of my head, actually.
It's not a misinformation. Don't follow me for misinformation. I only have the realest of the real. Just kidding. It's Twitter, so sometimes I'm a little satirical, a little uh free. I'm a free posty. You know what I mean? I'm a little crap posty, poop posty. Um. Yep.
Sounds like a fetish
You
thing.
you don't have to follow
I
me
know
on
what you
Twitter.
mean.
It's in my links if you really want it, but you don't have to follow me on Twitter.
What the heck was that? Oh my god, my phone is getting taken over by the ops. What the heck?
The ops or the FBI. The FBI is hacking into ACP phone members right now. No, sorry,
Oh.
I mixed the words. The FBI right as we speak, the FBI is hacking into ACP members' phone numbers live on camera. You heard it here first, folks. Report this to your local news
Report.
station.
This is more misinformation. More information. Misinformation coming soon. They probably
more
are, to be fair. I mean, like the NSA exists. So.
more mis and disinformation coming soon. Misinformation versus
That's what I.
disinformation.
That's what I should have called myself. Misinformation.
Oh, that would have been so based.
Yeah.
So, misinformation is false or inaccurate information that is shared regardless of intent. Disinformation is purposely to mislead people, often for political or financial gain. And malinformation is information based on reality but used to inflict harm by being shared out of context or with malicious intent.
Interesting.
So this does sound like disinformation because we were intentionally giving you fake news. It was not unintentional. We intentionally were lying about everything that we said. Sorry about that. The FBI is not actually hacking into X's phone.
No, that's not true.
Just to clarify, I don't want to disinform you.
I'm being watched. It's weird. Okay.
I'm sorry. I was doing a bit, but I don't think that bit is funny.
I thought it was funny. There's
Free
something else I was
who?
about to say. Free who?
I don't know. Somebody in
Oh,
chat said
I don't remember. I
free
don't
who?
remember. I said free someone. I think it was PXE. Free
Oh,
my homie PXE. He did nothing wrong. Because he followed me on X,
based.
x.gov.
X.gov is crazy. No,
Well,
Elon Musk got kicked out of the government. It's not
that's
X.gov anymore. It got
true.
he just got promoted to United States citizen. No special clearance anymore.
That's great. We love that for him. We love that.
Real. PXC wants to know what they're being freed from.
I don't know. I don't remember why I said that originally, but I'm doubling down. We got it for you.
I think it was just a bit. I think it was a bit.
Yeah.
Where is the chairman? What the heck? This dude feels like the kind of guy to be late to his own funeral.
They try refreshing the page. Watch it turn out you've been like, it's been going for like an hour and you're just like
No,
here.
I did refresh it a bunch, but if I remember correctly, when at the like national convention rally thing, he was late to all the stuff then too. Like,
Oh
if I
yeah.
remember, but then I just assumed it was like, oh, leadership is busy, right? But like, I'm pretty sure he's late every week to his like stream, but then I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he has ADHD. I don't want to be ableist.
He just forgets. He's just like, oh, I
True.
forgot about that stream I was supposed to do.
And
My
like
brother, I'm sorry, you scheduled the stream.
time blindness is a thing too, right? I wouldn't want
Yeah.
to be ableist against our dear chairman, and like he's over there dealing with his ADHD disability, and I'm over here like, where is he? He's late by half an hour. Like, look at me being a fake wokeist. Just kidding. I'm being
That's
a
right. Follow for
post
more
wokeist.
more disinformation. We love disinformation.
No, that was me being 100% authentic. Somebody else said, or PXC said, as Haas puts it, all the Angloids just don't understand Arab time. That's
Oh, okay.
funny.
That's valid.
Oh my gosh.
That makes sense.
True. I guess if I am being a real wokeist, real wokeists know that time is just a tool of the imperial forces, right? Real wokeists
Mhm.
know that holding people to the standard of time is ableist because time was created by the bad institutions. And
Mhm.
that's what real wokeists would tell you. So I'm a real wokist and I apologize, Chairman has. I'm re-wokening myself. Colonial construct, that was the word. Thank you, Sombra.
Colonial
Time is a
construct.
colonial construct, so I apologize for enforcing my colonial constructs onto the chairman has. Wait, it's because you didn't boost the tweet. Does he like? does he penalize it, or does he just not come at all? Like, is the chairman skipping? Should I not expect to confront the chairman tonight?
Send him a strongly worded letter.
Yeah, I'm gonna get on my computer and I'm gonna type him a strongly worded letter. And I'm
Don't
gonna send
distract him enough.
I'm gonna send my thoughts and prayers right to him.
This poor man. You're just harassing him. A
No,
local man harassed by trans women.
real
Anti
crazy
or
SJW attacks Red Army.
it'll be like
Oh my gosh.
how would they word it be pro Palestine protester attacked by crazy trans woman? Or they'd probably like misgender, they'd probably like trans man or something is what they would say. You know how they do that, how like they don't ever when they're trying to be transphobic get that part right. You
Yeah.
know?
I actually I saw a video earlier where it was like catfishing with a trans man. And I was like,
Mhm.
"Oh, is this dude a trans guy?" Right? Cuz like it was a very skinny woman who looked really young, so I'm guessing she was like a young shit or something. So like she just looked like us, like, you know, she just looked like a woman. And I was like, oh, is this dude? Because it's like trans man. I was like, is it this dude? And then I'm like, I like looked at, I ended up finding the source video. It was a trans woman. It was just that same thing. It was people that are like, they just get it backwards. Anyways,
Yeah.
PXE, what is Settlers about? What makes you mention it? That's crazy that he's like, oh my god, you should have boosted the tweet. What was the tweet today? Let me see. Has Aldine. Infra has. There we go. Oh, I saw that one. How Hollywood TV and gaming brainwashes you.
I was working. I didn't have time to read all that.
Based and red pilled. Okay. Should we go over it? I think we should. I'm not a gorilla. Not technically. I wasn't a gorilla initially. I'm learning to integrate with the gorillas. I'm learning to live with the gorillas, but I'm still mostly humanoid. Mostly. I'm slowly developing some gorilla DNA in my body. Um
What are they asking? I I'm I was pretty impressed. I mean,
well,
I could be gorilla.
oh,
What they're asking.
I had just said like, oh, I didn't realize that he would penalize people for not boosting his tweet, and they were like, you don't know that? Aren't you a gorilla?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Well, I
okay,
knew he would do that. As soon as he
you
said
right,
like it was boost as a it's just boosting, I
you
knew
you
it.
right,
Yeah.
you right. Here, verified. Boom, boom, reposted. Ready? No, no, no.
Alright, I'll repost. Let's see. Wo ist Infrahazen?
Actually, let's not lead with the gorilla part. Take my contribution to the Red Army. I'm a gorilla now. How's that? How's that, Sombra?
That's easy. Where's Haas? Hold on. Free info
It,
Haas. He didn't.
his tag is infra has. How
Reposted.
how Hollywood
Like.
TV and gaming brainwashes you. In the postmodern West, the prevailing view rejects meta narratives, narratives about history, country, ideology, politics, etc., that transcend individuality. Only narratives told by individuals about themselves, their own feelings and experiences are authentic. This has led to a worldview I'll call narrative nihilism. Do you want to take over the reading?
I'm
Do you...
driving. I just had to
Oh
finish
my god,
writing.
never mind then, never mind. I might pop this in a text to speech though. I don't, there's so much. Narrative nihilism. In this view, all great ideologies, politics, and principles disguise individual viewpoints. Common Hollywood trope. Powerful leader claiming to serve a great principle, like an empire, but in reality, they're projecting their own insecurities, psychological issues, and desires, like power, greed, etc. Another. Villain. If we try to save this person you like, 80 trillion people will die. Protagonist. No! How dare you put anything before my feelings? Any grand narrative that claims to be beyond individual desire is demonized as false and hypocritical. Only the unexamined whims and fancies of individuals are treated as noble and authentic. Pop media cults and fandoms. But notice, for all pretenses to being a postmodern society that rejects meta-narratives, look at the huge attachment people have to fictional narratives and characters. People crying over lesbians in video games, or since Harry Potter became a black woman. The paradox. Narrative nihilism must be reinforced constantly through the medium of fictional narratives people still depend on to allow them to make sense of the world and define the meaningfulness of their existence. That these narratives are purely fictional gives people the plausible deniability of not having to actually commit to them in real life on the basis of any moral duty. However, they still commit to them, but not based on moral duty, but enjoyment. Naive narrative realism. This finally leads to an opposite tendency very prevalent among highly autistic people, and which might even be a contributing cause naive narrative realism. This is a type of psychosis where people are so emotionally compelled by fictional narratives they start LARPing them in real life. The weird kid who thinks he's an anime character is only the first. Then comes the resistance to Trump in 2016. Suddenly, Star Wars and Handmaid's Tale becomes real, and now people are given the opportunity to perversely LARP these scenarios IRL. During Putin's SMO, how did Reddit react? By believing Star Wars and Harry Potter became real, they must LARP as the protagonist. They don't know anything about Ukraine, only their own pent up narrative desires, which they long to make real. It's not just Reddit liberals. When I made fun of Lord of the Rings years ago, the right had a mental breakdown. I wrecked their fundamental fantasy. 99% of them secretly LARP Skyrim, Lord of the Rings, or Game of Thrones. They're just as psychotic as liberal Redditors. Most religious converts online, both Muslim and Christian, are also LARPing some Hollywood or gaming nonsense. Narrative historical realism. The point is not to say that the narratives of popular media are all fake, but that they reflect the ontological narratives of the ruling class about history, about current collective existence. Narratives are never about an individual subject. Surely it can't be a coincidence that so many relate to the special snowflake Harry Potter. They articulate a shared fundamental ontology or horizon of existence itself. This can't be reduced to an empirical object, but that doesn't mean it's not just as real. It's the very question of the logic underlying the existence of things. It's time to accept that there are objectively real narratives, that all history is the history of class struggle, that communism is the riddle of history solved. And while you can appreciate the diversity of ways that this can be articulated in the imagination and in form, like popular media, ultimately its true content traverses and transcends all forms. Whew.
Was that it?
That was it. That was it.
Okay. That okay. That's cool. A couple things I'll say about it. When he talks about um, like how these sort of character cults end up becoming played out in politics as this weird sort of LARP. Handmaid's Tale was like a perfect example of that because like people were literally dressing up like the Handmaid's Tale like outfits to protest Trump. I remember that. That's a really
Yeah.
perfect example um, of like where it kind of gets blurring the lines between like this sort of like fictional account and the real world, where people just sort of like take it too seriously. They take the narrative too seriously.
Yeah.
Another thing I'll say is that something I've noticed with people who like get really attached to certain fandoms and stuff is like that's almost always a red flag. Like when someone is like too attached to like a specific fandom.
Yeah.
The best example that I used to give to people is that if a girl is like really into a specific band, or like if a girl like is too attached to a band, or like is obsessed with one band or one musician, that's like almost always a red flag.
Yeah,
And
I
that's when
feel the
that's
same
like
way about like guys that are too attached to a sports team. Like I don't know if you've ever seen those
yeah,
statistics about domestic violence rates during sports nights, whether your
yeah,
team wins or loses, you're more likely to have like a domestic violence incident on a night where there's like a large sport game where you have a deep emotional investment. Um
yeah.
so like I definitely agree. Like being too deep into a fandom anyway can leave you as an individual exposed in ways that you probably should protect yourself from.
Mhm. Yeah. Another thing I'll say is um I think at times we've kind of started to like forget how much of the media we consume like still is just propaganda.
Yeah.
Um, Even though I don't think I entirely agree with like what a right winger would say, or like a more traditionally conservative person would say on like, oh, well, they're pushing gay people with movies and stuff. I think that kind of was debunked when like the entirety of the world just went anti-LGBT when Trump won this most recent election, like when every company in the U.S. is like, oh, no more DEI, no more this, no more that. It's not so much about that. Like, it was never the media pushing these things. It was always more them just kind of latching on to like the existence of something.
Yeah,
But that being said, still like not necessarily that I don't view it quite as propaganda, but like we forget like every war movie is just an ad for the U.S. Army. You know what I mean?
true.
Even the ones like Saving Private Ryan and Black Hawk Down were examples of movies that were meant to be anti-war movies. They're meant to show like, oh, war's not that cool. Do you have any idea like how insanely that impacted like army recruiting rates? Like those both saw like a shoot up in the rate of people enlisting, and a part of that I would imagine is the fact that a lot of men legitimately have a fantasy of dying this noble death, and it's because like the world around us has kind of taken everything noble from you, and I
Yeah,
think in a sense that can play exactly into that kind of narrative psychosis or whatever he called it. Again, where it's like, well, you bought into this narrative so bad because you saw someone die a certain way in a movie that you just kind of wanted to capture that for yourself because at least people clapped when it happened in the movie, or they felt bad for you in the movie, but like in reality, like you're not gonna feel that. So
yeah,
people latch onto these narratives and stuff. The other thing I'll say, when it mentioned religion and how religion is like a LARP for the right, I would 100% agree. If you like interact with like, I don't know, like trad Catholics or like Orthodox people online, it's entirely different than in real life. Like, like the Eastern Orthodox guys or the traditionalist Catholics, like interact with these people on the internet, it's one thing. Interact with them in real life, it's completely different. And
yeah,
as someone who used to be in that like whatever reactionary trad cath sphere for a little bit, for like a couple years actually, it was. Um, I can confirm no one ever lives up to what they preach in those little threads they make about here's how to be a true Christian, here's how to be a good traditionalist Catholic. Like no one lives up to that. And a lot of like the theology they view is also they don't even understand what they're saying, you know? So
yeah,
I totally get it. I think that's the part that like gets missed a lot is in this sort of narrative attachment and stuff. Like it isn't just specific to left wingers being obsessed with Harry Potter or something like that, and like them being like, "Oh, we're Dumbledore's army, guys. We're Dumbledore's army," because like we went to a Trump protest. We're Dumbledore's army. Like it's not just that. Like it attaches itself to the right too. It's not unique to like I don't know liberals. So thoughts, prayers, strongly worded letters.
yeah. I I don't know. I definitely think that I resonate with a lot of what both you and Haz are saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I got. I resonate. I resonate deeply. I I'm also mentally I'm
Unstable. Just
no,
kidding.
no.
No.
Well,
Just kidding.
maybe a little, but mentally I'm just laughing at the idea that like a lot of what right wingers would say is, well, a lot of the anti-LGBTQ backlash to from right wingers, like the far right wingers, is
Yeah.
built out of their internal beliefs of the naive narrative realism, but then
Mhm.
they just don't have the words for it. So like that's basically what they're saying about trans people for all of them. Um which is pretty funny, but also like it makes me wonder in the modern world that we live in, like that's so integrated with technology of all kinds, medicines and like digital technology and other kinds of technology, etc. I wonder how much I wonder how I wonder how to balance this kind of idea of like techno-futurism with also this idea of like materialism and materiality. And I'm sure there are communist thinkers that have written about this or thought about this, but like this naive narrative realism line of thinking could be used to speak negatively towards a lot of the specifically I'm thinking about trans people, right? Because it's this idea of like people. Oh, Has is live. Well, it says he's live, but then his thing goes like sits for like 20 minutes every time. Um anyways, I don't know where I'm going with that, but it's interesting to think about all the different ways that narratives are able to be played out or like flesh themselves out in the modern day. Um in ways that are just more accessible than historically. And I know I feel like I'm just talking in circles, but basically what I'm saying is like 150 years ago, it would have been I don't know. I don't really know what I'm saying. I'm talking in circles, but we live in a very cool time to be alive. The fact that I can talk to you on a computer is pretty cool. That's what I'm saying. Oh my gosh. I hope you're okay. This music does hit. I think I'll need to think about this and write about it instead of try to freehand an answer to it right off the cuff. I mean, guys that go pew pew are very cool to watch. Oh, yeah, yeah. You mean like the dry fire drills? What's a dry fire drill? Yeah, action movies are pretty fun. I will likely turn on the has voice stuff when he joins, and then when he opens the space, I will join up. And then we will ask our questions to the chairman. X, you're muted. I don't
Okay,
know if you.
I'm back.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, welcome back.
Sorry. I just had to just real quick. I had to walk inside. Um, I heard everything you said.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Wait,
I heard you.
what's a good idea? I don't. Oh my gosh. Oh, yeah, joining the space. Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of just talking in circles, but I do think it's interesting to think about the role of
This
the
is
individual in this kind of context of socialism with American characteristics because of how individualistic Americans have been historically. And this is something my study group last night was actually talking about was like
mm,
balancing the idea of the collective with the idea of the individual because Americans are so into the idea of individualism.
yeah, that makes sense. Was there a question attached to that? I like skipped at one point.
I
Or
don't
like
know. I'm sure like Claude could find the question in there, but I don't think I phrased it human readably.
um well you just said how you're talking about how within America it's a very individualist society. So
Well,
that's what we have to
I was
solve.
adding that to the the naive narrative realism thing,
Yeah.
very prevalent among highly autistic people, which is a type of psychosis where people are so emotionally compelled by fictional narratives they start larping them in real life. And I was attaching this to the idea of like modern transgenderism.
Hmm.
Um, but then when you were muted, I came to the conclusion that I think I need to think about it and write it rather than freehanding a response verbally, because
Cool.
I'm not really sure where my thoughts are on that one.
Mhm. Mhm. Um,
Getting comfortable with mag
I
release,
guess
accuracy, etc. Oh. I should do dry fire drills as well.
you should. You have guns.
I do. I do have a gun.
Oh, awesome. I don't. No, I just doxed my state too.
You didn't dox a state. You just not everybody in gun friendly states have guns.
I know, but whatever. What was I talking
now, now you just dox your state. No, I'm trolling. I'm trolling. But
about?
I wonder how long he's gonna let it sit. Usually it's like 10, 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah. I'm glad
What
you don't
kind of?
make me want to ramble on your stream.
Yeah, no, it was fun. Are you dipping out or just like noting that at the
I'm just
moment?
I'm just noting that since
Oh
the
yeah.
stream's probably gonna start, do I stay here and just live react to whatever like do I just live react while you're like in there?
If you want, it will be delayed. Maybe
Oh,
not. Maybe not, because then it might
okay.
also knock me. I mean, it might knock me off focus. I don't have a kick account. I can't
Okay.
send the gorillas here.
Um, what was I about to say? I have no idea what my idea was. I was about to say. Anyways,
Yeah, congrats, PXC. I am a strong proponent of the Second Amendment. I like the 2A.
I do too. I don't have any weaponry though.
Mm-mm. Yeah.
Okay.
I need to practice more. I need to go to the range more, but what were you saying?
Oh, I was crossing a crosswalk and someone told me to cross,
Oh.
so I had to sprint for a sec. I think it's weird that this whole time I've like been everywhere but in front of a computer.
Yeah. You were at work, right? No step
I
on
was at work.
snack.
I was at work. Then I was at the park. Then I went home for a sec. Now I'm walking. I took the walk to Poland. Do you know that song?
You took the walk to
Talking about.
Poland?
You know that song, the Yachty one, Lil Yachty.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's just hard. I'm gonna write an essay about, or I do a dialectical analysis of that song, and explain why Poland by Lil Yachty is truly an allegory for um what would you call it? It's an allegory for the revolutionary subject. You see,
Base.
this is loading screen.
Yeah, it's still just starting soon.
Yeah.
It's only been 12 minutes.
He's got to build the hype. He's got to let the
Yeah.
gorillas come in.
Is this the strat? Is this what I should do? I should let my stream run for like 20 minutes before I get on and be like,
No,
"Hey y'all, Cat the Bad, thank you for the 2 people that are here." Oh my gosh.
if you just You have to have like a massive following for that to work.
No, but think about the bit. Think about how funny it would be
Yeah.
if I did that
Probably.
without any following like that.
You just have like a crazy intro playing, and then
Yeah.
just like yeah.
Did the
There was
stream die?
did it?
No, no, it was just my side.
Okay. There was like an intro thing I made a while ago for a video that I wanted to make that I never ended up getting around to.
Yeah.
I should just repurpose that and like make it your intro so you just have it like on loop.
That'd
And
be
then you just
funny. That'd
come
be
in
funny.
after like 30 minutes, like an hour or something crazy. I remember like one time, back during my right winger phase, I was watching Nick Fuentes, and one of his streams, like he was also notorious for coming in super late. I remember on one of them, it was straight up like an hour of just the intro playing, and then he
Yeah.
came on screen. And I was like, what the heck? That's crazy. Was bro wrong for this?
I do not have my own army, unfortunately. So maybe I should avoid the long intros if I don't have my own guerrilla army.
I agree. Do you want to do an
Maybe.
hour-long intro?
Okay, no. Here's the strategy. Here's the strategy. I don't need my own army if I just become like a one of the officers of Haz's army, right?
That's true.
Right? So like
Mhm.
I just have to integrate more with the gorillas. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, but I don't think I'm going to have 20-minute long intros is the point that I'm making here.
You gotta go for an
Sh-
hour. Why don't you little 2 minutes?
yeah. No, true. You know what? Full 24-hour intro. A full 24-hour loop of intro.
You know who Keith Woods is?
Who?
Do you know Keith Woods?
Mm, the golfer?
No, he's like kind of around that other guy's circles. He was kind of his
He
own
is a
thing,
golfer.
but no, Keith Woods. He's a
Ban the
national
ADL.
YouTuber. That sounds about right. That's
Yeah.
probably more him. But
I don't know him, but I do have people in
well, he
ACP follow him. What the heck?
whoa.
And so does Nick
Wow.
Fuentes. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Anyways.
Who's here? I forgot what my point was. Oh yeah, I remember. One time for April Fool's Day, he basically did like the America First intro, but it was Ireland first because he's Irish, and like that was for April Fool's, and like people thought he was actually going to hop on and do a stream, but it was just like an hour of like an intro that was basically just a carbon copy of the old America First one.
Oh, that's nice.
So that's what you should do is just have an intro going for like an hour straight, and then just not show up after.
Oh my, yeah. Oh wait. Somebody else just joined. Let me give you the role. And then hello.
Who is this?
Oh, okay. Well, you're able to talk now. I just can't hear you because
Oh,
I don't think
hello.
you're talking. Hello. Hello. Oh my God. Thank you, Sombra. Thank you for being the strongest soldier in the chat. Uh, I
Always
I don't know.
fun.
I don't know if you are aware of what's going on, but I'm getting ready to
No.
join Haz Dean's Confront the Chairman space. Um, so I might have to hop out of the Discord group chat relatively soon, because then I'm gonna talk to him, and I think I might need all my brain power for that conversation.
So true.
But how's it going? How's your life? And I'm live right now, by the way. So also
And
just
I've never. So what's the So what are Twitter's Spaces like? That's kind of like it's like a live.
it's just like a voice thing.
Right.
Yeah, it's like
Uh,
a voice call that anyone can join.
yeah.
Right.
And then you can like request to speak and stuff. But
Right.
I'm live on like Twitch and YouTube right now.
Right. I think
Yeah.
I think elongated muskrat was doing a Twitter space at one point. Um, so
Not the
they've
long
become
rat.
not the long rat. So they've become politically important, Something to
Yeah.
be said.
They most definitely have. And he like pretended to be a different person, I'm pretty sure, on that one.
I'm not aware of.
I'm trolling. I don't know if it's that was alleged, not confirmed. I just made it up.
Uh,
How do you feel about ACP? Preferably, if you feel negatively, don't be too negative.
so you're joining the ACP, I
I'm
believe.
I'm I'm in the ACP.
Sorry.
I have joined the ACP, but I'm mostly saying not too negative because I'm about to go on Hazaldin's space, and I don't want them to be like somebody was trash talking you on Cat's stream right before she came on.
Right.
Yeah, because that's not the me personally. I'm pro ACP, so I like if you're. It's okay if you're not. I'm not saying you have to agree with me. I'm just saying like I don't want to get in trouble because you are not pro ACP. Wait, Uncanny Manny.
It's here.
Is it time?
Oh, we got more people.
Wait, who else? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Like good.
I need a better way to to get people access than moving them in and out every time. I feel so bad when I kick them out. Okay, you're here and you should be able to talk now. What the? She left.
Ah,
Wait, why
oh,
did you leave
bingo.
again?
Oh,
I had to move you because it lets me add the role, but then the role is what gates the mute, but then the mute doesn't actually change until you leave and then come back. So that's why I just manually moved you and then moved you back.
okay. How's
Yeah.
everyone?
Doing good. Well, I'm live on stream, by the way, just so you know. You're
Oh.
also on stream at the moment.
Okay.
Okay. I figure nobody's gonna be too crazy. I just like to let everybody know when they join.
So, what are we talking about tonight?
Um, I'm gonna go talk
Immortal
about
science.
real. I'm gonna go talk to Haz about ACP stuff. I have some questions that the people want to know, and I'm gonna go on behalf of the people and myself.
Okay. Wow.
And then yeah. Other than that, what else? We've just been shooting the crap.
Yeah. I'm gonna brag, but I think I carried this stream, cat.
You definitely did. You definitely without you, hands down, this would have been a dead stream.
Well, I
I
mean, yeah, you're just kind of waiting. Like, I had to mix
yeah,
it up.
no, I know. This was fun though. Maybe I should stream and just like hang out in like one of the voice channels more often.
Yeah, just bring me on more.
Yeah, well, you
I'll
have
create a
access
full
if
channel for you.
real. If you ever make your YouTube channel, we can like make like videos at the same time, or if you stream or like you
Oh
get the
yeah.
idea.
Yeah. Okay. I'll let you know when I get around to it.
X Sombra disagrees. Sombra says that they are carrying the stream and that you do not get that title. Are
Wow,
are
Samra's
are you
carrying stream.
are you just gonna let them talk to you like that? Are you just gonna let them talk to you like
That's
that?
crazy. I will not accept this slander. I've been in here fed posting and crap talking and everything. This is revisionism. This is revisionist history right now.
Real. What the heck?
This is revisionism. You have deviated from the vision of Marx. You're a revisionist, Sombra, for claiming that I was not the true leader of this movement that is this stream at this exact moment.
Let me free of my suppression.
Straight to the gulag.
Real. 23 minutes is crazy. Maybe Has gets social anxiety. So he wait, you're in the voice channel? Oh my god.
Oh, it's PC. That's right.
So
Keep glad.
Hazaldine is
Oh.
a how he's 1996. So how old does that make him?
28.
Okay,
20
so he's just
something.
28. Okay.
29. 29.
Okay. I'm just reading about the ACP, and I wonder if what he believes about the Vietnam War, and the if he thinks that it was like a genocide, and essentially, how does he reconcile that with our need um, for military production, to increase every year in this country, because I think that it really has been a boon for our economy, to amass more weapons. But I just wonder if he supports that, um, or if he thinks that it's like destructive, um, because it is conflict is destructive, but it is sort of necessary for the economy to grow. So I just wonder what his beliefs about um, conflict are.
Well, he's a communist, so I doubt he's worried about the economy in that proper sense, in terms of just like, oh, we're going to stimulate the economy with a war economy. I know, like, if I were to guess, what he'd say, he'd probably point to China, which to my knowledge, I don't think actively enters any conflicts, and their economy is growing massively. In fact, like, they're outpacing us and stuff, and out innovating us and things like that. So the fact that we are dependent on the arms trade and stuff like that, I don't think his stance on that is necessarily like capable of condemning him for any particular reason. Like, 'cause I know he wouldn't be like, oh, we need more arms dealing. I'm pretty sure dismantling the military-industrial complex is in the party platform, if I'm not mistaken, or something along those lines. So
That's interesting.
But also don't take my word for it. I'm not him.
Let's get to the real question.
Yeah.
Kat, what do you think about genes? Do you think genes are real?
Wait.
We're
In
genes
what
right now. What do you mean?
in what yeah, what do you mean? I could literally
Oh,
wear
like
them.
DNA genes. Like DNA genes.
I think so.
Do you believe in DNA?
Like
No,
what
genes.
what
Genes
does
are
that
DNA.
question mean? Like, are you
Do you
saying
believe that genes are the primary function, or the primary what the word be? Like, basically, do genes in terms of like heredity coming from
Are you talking about like Lysenkoism?
yeah,
Like
exactly.
apart
Oh,
from like,
yeah.
I'm asking if you believe in like Mendeleev, like genetics or Lysenkoism. Lysenkoism being
Exactly.
Yeah.
I believe in epigenetics. I believe that life is not all predetermined. Like, your gene set is not 100% like this is how your entire life will go. So like
or
I don't believe in uh genes
like
as just genes, but I believe in the system of genetics as like a larger system of beliefs that are more than like I believe in Marxism in the way that I don't just believe in Karl Marx. I believe in all the Marxist thinkers. I believe in genetics in that I don't believe in like just the original thinkers of genetics, but I believe in like the ideas of like encoded data in our body that we can pass reproductively.
see
But what
the
do
issue.
you think about Mendel?
Wait.
I
Here's
don't know. I'm more
here's
of
where
like a social sciences person than a hard sciences person.
here's where the conversation arises. So, like, there was this issue when there was the Cold War, in East-West polarity or whatever,
Okay.
and for movements to swear off what they call Western sciences, Western theories of this and that. And there was a tendency in some, there were some groups or whatever that promoted, like, instead of Darwinian evolution or Mendelian genetics, they go with like a Lamarckian view or a
What does that
Lysenkoan view.
mean? Like,
So
I
Lamarck
don't know what these
was,
people think.
so Lamarck basically, so like an example of Lamarckian evolution as an idea comes from his observing giraffes and him thinking that basically that your traits or whatever are maintained through, are passed down through what you do in life or whatever. Like a giraffe, oh, it must get its long neck because it stretches, it looks up. Giraffes
Okay.
must have come from these short things that try to reach up, and after they pass on these this strain or whatever, so the next strain whatever will have longer necks for some reason.
Okay.
That's basically the view that like you can improve yourself through, I don't know, material things. Improve
Wait, wait,
your
wait,
offspring.
wait,
Well,
wait.
improve your
I don't want to
offspring.
interject. I don't want to interject or be rude, but that makes perfect sense. Also, I'm in your chat now. X, you got to answer for what you said. Call me a revisionist.
Oh,
I'm here to
Yeah,
stand on business. I'm here to
not
stand
saying that
on.
you can mutate while you're alive,
Stand on
but that
business.
pass on but mutations rather than being the result. His view is that mutations rather than being the result of like variable genetic encoding, it occurs through, I don't know, a combination of physical strain and like, I guess, vibes. Like basically what
Vibe?
do materially affects your offspring in a way, like, I don't know, your, and this translates to this idea of like, I don't know, this is like dialectic in a way or whatever, that like there was like, it's eugenicsy in a way because like you push for, it encourages like pressure and strain to be subject on the populace or whatever, that they, it promises them that if you put strain or whatever, they could have stronger progeny or whatever. Stronger progeny, more efficient, more intelligent progeny or whatever. Lysenko viewed this, had an offshoot of this in, I don't know, he seems to believe that, like, he seemed to believe that he was not very highly revered in the Soviet Union, but was influential enough that his policies got enacted. Now, Stalin didn't really condone Lysenkoism, but he still allowed him to hold a position where he could execute his policies. So, anyway.
Question. I like who's. Hold on. I have to stand on business. I gotta talk to Sombra. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Sorry,
but
sorry. It's starting to get
wait.
but
gotta stand
Lysenkoism
on
is
business.
largely to blame. But I'm gonna end it. Okay, so like Lysenkoism is
Okay.
broadly to blame for various famines that faced the Soviet Union and China.
X,
Because
I think that we need to put our differences aside and defend the legacy of Lysenko. What do you
no,
think?
don't do that.
Wait, are
We
you
have to
not
defend
like a Lysenkoist? X?
Who? Me? Am I Lysenko? I'm not. I'm mixed. I haven't investigated enough. I'll defer to the party line. I know ACP is pro Lysenko, so I know enough to agree or disagree. What I will say is, I've read a little bit of Lewontin, who gets labeled as a quote-unquote neo-Lysenkoist because of his views. I agree with him. I've also read Lysenko Was Right, which is a really sick-ass old book. That one's cool. That one makes a good case, but it's also before genonomics was kind of figured out, so I don't know. I'd have to investigate it more to make a proper determination on it, but I will defer to the party on this one and say we stand Lysenko.
I
It's
appreciate
worth noting that
the no investigation, no right to speak line. That's very principled of you.
Thank you.
it's worth knowing that the people supported broadly Lysenkoism, not necessarily because of its academic vigor, but because it offered an alternative to quote unquote Western sciences. The idea that Western science as a practice is tainted with Western, well, with the bourgeois science or whatever is polluted like to the very brink of it,
I
regardless of
don't.
like.
I and I don't want to be rude, and I don't know if the this is a proper space to have a back and forth. So cut me off whenever. But I think when you investigate the actual philosophic investigation and scientific contributions of Lysenko, you'll see that it's not just like a politicized science. Like Lysenko makes a dialectical materialist observation of the idea of genes being a metaphysical concept that actually like cannot exist. Like it doesn't make sense for you to inside your body you have the blue eye genes or the strong genes. Like that doesn't work like that. And I would argue that Lysenko's contributions are actually being vindicated right now. Just like Kat said, the idea of epigenetics finds that the source of heredity, your features, come from things outside of your genetic coding.
Uh,
Um,
can I
yeah,
interject? Epigenetics
absolutely.
doesn't hold
No.
that they come outside of your encoding. I mean, it holds that genes aren't like necessarily hardwired, that some activate or deactivate or don't activate at all in accordance to like a combination of environmental factors and internal factors
Right.
that
So when you
can.
just said environmental factors, I would say that like um, the idea of turning a gene off and on is just a vestige of um, prior genetics, right? Or like using that genetic framework.
But the point being
But
is that there are genes. You cannot
that's what
like.
that's the framework that the institution is using. But um, more and more we find the things that we understand as genes to be more obfuscated, and I would wager that in the future we will regard this as like a kind of mistaken biology, just because something is regarded in an institution for whatever given amount of time doesn't mean that it's like like forever, right? Like we held the position that the sun orbited the earth and stuff like that, and there was pushback when science, like other science, pushed it, found different, right? But eventually, the truth asserts itself. Um,
Well, we may be missing some factor. Like we thought that with the Human Genome Project, once we isolated it and like found and decoded it, and so they put a lot of emphasis on decoding the human genome, and that this would
right.
ascertain the truths of the. But what we found is that there's a lot more complexity inside the human being, inside a gene, well, the genome, than what we first thought. What we found is that, yes, there are genes, but there are a lot of them, but we don't really know how they operate. We know how some of them operate. We know how some of them operate, but there are a lot of them. There are a lot of them, and we don't really know how they interact with each other, how to, well, you know, well, we have genetic engineering where we try to add genes in offspring or whatever, try to interact with these different things in various ways. But there's a lot of code. Well, code is like just reducing it in human terms, but like there's a lot of these bits inside of us.
Hey, y'all, I gotta dip out. Has just went live officially. What minute is this? Let me see. Let me see. Time out. 37 minutes. 37 minutes in. I'll see
Bet.
y'all later. Bye.
The fact you just got to get in and wait, because I'll admit something. I'll confess something. Every time I put the intro on, I mute and then I just start typing and I work on my writings. So I lose track of time, but honestly, y'all got to do your part. Y'all got to do your part. Just wait. Cause y'all got me in the habit of 30-minute intros. Cause I can do 30-minute. Y'all got me in the habit. We don't want this habit. Let's just get the intros. They cut into the stream time. They cut into the time we stream. Y'all should get in here fast. Get in here quick. Get in here fast. And hopefully starting next Sunday, we're gonna start streaming earlier. This week has been a fucking crazy week, all right? It's been a crazy few weeks, actually. I've been in so many meetings, and I've been busy with so much that the streams have just gotten so late. And hopefully this is the last extremely late stream we're going to be doing. And we are going to start going back to like 8 p.m., 7:30 streams, So, get in here quick, guys. Don't do this thing where I'm gonna wait until I'm gonna just open it when in 30. Y'all are the reason this shit takes so long, for real. But fuck, what a busy fucking week. Holy shit. Anyway, guys, we're gonna start the Confront the Chairman.
Ooh.
Where I'm gonna be confronted by no one except that one guy who talks about women's genitals. Anyway, let's
Wait, I have to pee first.
give it a shot, though. Let's give him a chance.
I'll let this play. I'll be right
Give
back.
everyone a chance. I should debate, discussion, Q&A. All right, I'm just going to start it. Start your space. I'm going to go ahead and share it. I'm going to go ahead and share this space with you guys. Just share my shit, What can I say? Actually, you should do is boost the post because it automatically makes a post. It's like boost it to like 300 likes and like a few thousand impressions so people see it. I guess that's how the word gets spread. You got to boost my here. I'm gonna put it right here so everyone can see because a lot of people they don't know how to see things the right way. We're gonna go ahead and put this right here. I'm gonna talk like Robert F. Kennedy for a second. And I want you guys to basically like boost this post right here in particular. This one right here. You see this? This is what you need to be boosting. Because, if you don't boost it, then people don't see it, and then people can't join the space. So if we want to get more people to join the space, then it is necessary to, to adjust my microphone volume so everyone can hear me. Everyone can hear me. All right. So this is what.
Okay, I'm back.
By the way, my streams they're gold. This is golden, right? Kick.com/infrared. But everybody should be getting in here. You don't have to get in here if you're watching the stream, but if you're on X, we want to catch these X people. Mecca, by the way, if you're already
Okay. I'm going in, y'all. I'm joining the X. I'm really nervous. We're doing it.
If you're already watching, enjoy the show, But anyway, we already have one request to speak, which is wonderful. Their name is Renegade Paragon. Let's see what Renegade Paragon has to say. Go ahead, Renegade Paragon. What do you have to say? By the way, I need someone to co-host, so if anyone can volunteer to co-host, that'd be great. Go ahead, Renegade Paragon. What do you got to say? What's going on? Yo! What the fuck? Anyway, what's going on? Yeah, we got a fucking idiot over here, and I'm supposed to have patience with these fucking morons. I gotta be like Robert F. Kennedy and basically, just gotta fucking explain these people are fucking stupid. They just come on these spaces and waste everyone's time because they're fucking idiots. I need someone to co-host. Who can co-host so I can drag up these dumb fucks to come up and say their piece. Uh, is anyone available who's from the community to co-host? Anyone at all? We're gonna keep Renegade until we can have someone else co-host, and we can, because I can't see everyone who's requesting to speak. I can only see the people who can't speak because they're fucking stupid. That's the only people that I can see. Let's see. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Sewell is here. He's a Spaces guy. I'll let him co-host. Thank you, D Giro. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Let's bring up. There's a guy named Kami Killa. Interesting. Kami Killa. What's this name? What is this? Yeet. What's going on? Thank you, Yeet. Go ahead, Killa. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I never really used this before. Howdy, folks. This is the Commie Killer.
Yo, am I still here?
Yes, you've been here.
Oh, okay. Haz, I wanted to ask about a photo that you took with like a fucking tranny. Like, is that like fucking true? Like, I can
What?
share it with you. Yeah, like it's called
I
like
didn't. Can
Amy
you repeat what
Armstrong.
what did you just say? I didn't even hear what you said. You said
Like,
you sound like that. Can you fucking talk normally? What did you say?
Most
Shut
kamikazes
up!
are
Shut up!
foreigners.
Shut up, Renegade. Repeat what you said.
how do I share it? Like a selfie you took with a fucking troon. So I just wanted to like make up the matter. Like, are you pro this degenerate shit or not? Like
Um,
it's called like basic channel, like with like one N.
yeah, I don't remember taking a selfie with. Hold on, I have to mute these fucking animals. Like they're literally fucking wild animals.
He took a picture with Amy? That's crazy.
But I don't hate anyone who's transgender. I don't hate them. Why should I hate them? I have no problem with people
We follow each other.
having
It's
whatever private life
crazy.
they want.
Oh
As
my
long as
gosh.
it's legal, as long as it's lawful, doesn't I personally don't care. I don't really care what background someone has because it's not my business. What does that have to do with me, right? So you just came into this space. What are you even saying? What's your point? What are you even trying to say? Go ahead. I'll let you say one last thing before allowing the other retard talk.
Man, fuck you. I stayed up all night and I wake up at
To
5
ask this
a.m.
question, to ask this fucking question, really? You stayed up all night to ask this?
You wasted my time, man.
This is what you stayed up to ask, really?
You wasted my time.
You wasted my time. And did you stayed up till 5 a.m. to ask this? Are you fucking stupid? Get this idiot out of here. What a fucking idiot. Anyway, Kami Killa, go ahead. What do you have to say?
All right. I'm having a real good kick out of this MAGA communism. I mean, that's got to be the funniest fucking thing since sliced bread around, educated people.
All right.
Uh, you know, leftist Marxist ideology. How do you think that fits in a right wing, low tax county and state? Let's start there.
What county? You don't have to tell us your county, but
Well, I'm from Jamaica, Queens. I've lived in it. I lived
where's
everywhere.
that?
That's in New York.
Queens, New York? I thought there must be a county called Jamaica, Queens. That's like somewhere in the flyover because you don't really sound like you're from New York. But all right, I mean,
I travel there a lot, there, guy. And so I just want to let your basic listeners know a few things. To push the same propaganda in 2025 is
Bro.
First off.
So look, I could tell by your
so-
accent. No, shut up.
you
I
can
could
tell
tell.
about my
No, shut
accent?
up. Shut up. Shut up.
There's no
Shut up.
bro. Shut the
Yeah, there
fuck
is.
up
Yeah, there
yourself.
is.
No, listen. No such thing as another service of another person's labor is a right. That's called slavery.
Okay.
Okay?
So is doing your dishes slavery when you are living under your parents' roof?
Making other people do it? Yes.
So if your parents and if you're a teenager, your parents say do the dishes, that's slavery.
Having another person do it your service is like so
Can
the
you
whole
answer the
premise
question? Can you answer the
no,
question?
first off, the whole premise of
Can you answer the
communism,
question?
bro, you're bringing up dishes.
Yeah, I am. Is it
There's no
slavery?
such thing as far right government. That's called no government. Power only works two ways, to the people or not. When you have communism, you are relying on the government to come and give you certain rights because they're basic human rights, quote unquote. Right? Right?
No.
What do you mean no?
Commie killer, can you hey, shut up and be nice. I'm a big asshole. If we want to be an asshole, I could be a worse asshole. So why don't you be
Bro,
nice?
I highly doubt it. I highly doubt
I'm
it.
a way worse asshole than you, I promise.
Bro, you can flex your government education. If you think yelling at people and telling them to shut up works for you on a daily basis in your fake 1-year-old club is laughable.
Well, it works on you because I could already tell you simmering down.
Communist Control Act of 1954 makes it absolutely illegal for communism here in the United States. We are a constitutional republic, not a
What is your problem with communism? What's your issue?
It's laziness.
Why?
You don't even understand the
How?
premise of it.
How is it laziness? Just explain, enlighten us.
Okay. See, the reason why you're trying to milk onto the right with a leftist ideology.
I'm not milking anything. I'm asking you a question. Why is it laziness?
Well, you're trying to be relevant with, this whole MAGA communism. Like I said, low tax. I read some of your things on your globalist. That's all you are. There's nothing local about nuclear plans in Iran and you think people in the Cuba and Congo are like I'm fighting for the Illinois worker. You're globalist. There's no fucking difference. A communist will always back the oppressor. No matter where they are. It's an ideology. It has nothing to do with your community. The premise of any time.
What do you do for a living? What do you do for a living?
I'm a certified Harley Davidson technician. I've been a union sheet metal guy most of my life. I've been like I said, I've lived all over the world. All over the country mainly.
So how am I a globalist when you've lived all around the world?
Bro, do you realize that they opened up all the borders, like?
So who's the globalist, me or you? You just said you lived all around the world.
The actual socialists right now just seceded for cheap slave labor again, forever silencing the less than 7% black vote and reservation. And you're talking about some motherfucker in the Congo when, now we don't even have a voice for the reservations here because you're a commie cosplayer thinking about, anything but the localities. And I'll say it's a right wing, low tax.
Can I make you a promise?
What?
Do you want to hear it?
I mean, Democrats, have.
You don't want to hear it. You just want to hear yourself.
I'll listen.
Do you want to hear me actually respond or no? Or do you want to just hear your own voice?
Well, I'm listening. I do this for a living,
Okay, so my promise to you is I'll stop talking about the fucking Congo when our taxes and our military stops fucking going over there and getting us wrapped in a bunch of bullshit all the fucking time. It's gonna bring the world to nuclear war. How about that? I'll fucking stop talking about it and we stop getting fucking roped into it.
Agreed, but you
Good
gotta
deal?
look.
Good deal?
You gotta.
Good
I
deal?
mean,
Because there's a lot of suckers. A lot of them have your same mentality. They wake up at 5 a.m. every morning and they go online spreading bullshit propaganda about random countries, whether it's Haiti, whether it's in Africa, whether it's in the Middle East, whether it's Russia, just to build consensus for us to fucking bomb them and go to war with them and destroy them.
agreed. But
Country.
starting a fake communist
So
party,
so so so
starting a
so
fake
absolutely
communist
important.
party, in
So so so
hold
so
on, hold on.
I
No,
gotta fight this
again, we
fucking
are a
propaganda
constitutional
for this
republic,
people
not a
using
democracy. We
text to
are
get
a
us wrong.
constitutional
Bullshit.
republic and not a democracy. Therefore, communism would never work here because our government is made by 50 states to make the federal government. No other place does that exist in the world where you could get away with pushing because we have a constitutional republic.
Do we?
Communist Control Act of
Can I ask you a
1954.
question? Do we have a constitutional republic?
No, but here's the thing:
Wait,
there's
wait,
no
whoa,
such
whoa, whoa,
thing as
whoa,
far-right
whoa,
government.
whoa, 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 whoa,
Whoa, whoa,
whoa, whoa, whoa. Sorry, I didn't mean to raise my voice. I heard you yap for 5 minutes about how we're a constitutional republic. For the first time, I ask you if we're a constitutional republic. You say no. I want to know what's going on. So I'm going to unmute you and allow you to clarify what you mean.
How did it
Go
go,
ahead.
Sombra and
Unmute
PXC?
yourself and explain how we're not a constitutional republic because you just said we were.
I'm trying to figure out what he did to me. All right, here we go. The whole point, the premise of our and like just to back up, this goes back to propaganda. See, it's leftist ideology. Socialists just seceded for cheap slave labor again. Socialists were the ones that forced vaxxed us and made our grandparents die alone. Socialists are the ones outside, um, you know, forced speech, forced business closures, censorship, gun bans, jailing political opponents. You know, like that's how things work.
Can I ask you a question?
Shoot,
Where do these
I
where
got one too for you. I got
All
one.
right, all right, I'll let you ask one. Who's
What
funding these socialists? Where do they get their money from?
Jews?
From what?
You know, I mean, you really got to, you know, I
From
know
Jews?
yeah, you're very anti-Zionist, and that's probably
Okay.
the closest thing that you have to the truth on your page. You know,
So
you got to
okay,
realize
so
who
so
runs
so
the
it's
world.
all right, all right. Even if I were to entertain this, right, and say it's just Jews.
There's nothing to entertain.
Okay,
Who
hold on,
runs
hold
the
on. No, no,
World
no.
Bank?
Hold on.
Who?
Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish?
Well,
Let's
I have a basic.
let's
How is
pretend
the
they're getting their money
Twitter
from Jews.
further
I
behind
have a
than
basic
Well,
history.
the
we
kick?
don't want to hear your history lesson yet.
His mouth is moving before the
Let's
audio is coming
say
I
through.
want your
it's
credibility. I want your credibility here. What year was the quote unquote party switch? You know,
uh
if we could get 60 years ago, right, we can most certainly get 300, and you know everything before Karl Marx and all that. You know, like if we're gonna let's get 60 years right before we start talking about our Constitution. So I mean, like, what
Jesus
year was the
Christ.
quote unquote party switch? Let's start with the basics. You know, and let's prove why the left opposes school choice and kids are stuck in trapped schools.
Why are we why do
I'm
you
just
have a
saying.
listen, listen. I'm going to mute you because you're rambling. What concretely is your problem with the American communists, which is us? You said that there's a bunch of people who forced the vax and all this shit. You called them socialists. Even if they were socialists, where'd they get their money? I asked you. You said it's Jews. Do Jews just shit gold? Are they just magical leprechauns at the end of the rainbow? They just have a pot of gold. They just shit it out. No, they get their fucking money, whether they're Jews or not Jews. The people who have the money to fund anything in politics get it from being members of the capitalist class, from owning the means of production, from owning the capital. That's the thing you're avoiding. You're blaming socialists, but at best, these socialists like AOC and Hassan Piker and all the rest, They are sellouts to the capitalist class, and that's all they are. It's really the capitalist class that's bankrolling all this. You're blaming communists for what? You sound like a dummy. I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead. You're unmuted.
Just because you say you're communist doesn't mean you're communist. AOC and Bernie Sanders spent his honeymoon in the USSR and has Burlington, Vermont sanctioned with Russia. I mean, Hillary, sold them uranium after the Cold War. Biden gave him.
That's fine, but every single person you just mentioned is a whore of the capitalist class.
They're the one. Half your little comrades in there are so far up China's ass. Oh, we're Russians, like your followers are so uneducated, and most of them around the world, they don't even know that it's fucking treason here to be a communist. Because slavery is illegal. No service of another person's labor is a right. That
I
is
agree.
slavery.
I agree. Do you want to know what the communists think about that or no? Can the communists speak for themselves?
I mean, of course you can, but
All right.
that's not communism, bro. It doesn't work that way. It does.
Well, sir, it does. Because I'll tell you what the Communist Party is doing. The Communist Party is standing up for truckers at the ports in this country who are working as slaves for free for hours on end at these ports, not getting paid to do it, all because they need to somehow make a living, having to work hours and hours for free just to get a chance to get paid for the few hours that they are paid.
The eat the rich crowd.
So you tell me
by
how that
tens of
slavery
millions of
is ended.
foreigners. Tens
Tell
of millions
me,
of
you tell me,
foreigners just took
you
your
tell me,
house.
shut up for a second.
Just took
You
your
tell me,
house, your job, all your things, and you want it like this. This happened all over the world. I mean, where the fuck have you been? The borders have opened all over the world, and this is communism / globalism. Like
I'm gonna, you're rambling. I have to correct you, you're rambling. Can I tell you something sad about what I'm hearing, sir? I'll just give you the sad truth. Because I'm not here to cut it to you in a nice and sweet way. I'm here to give you the cold, hard truth. Because that's what you need in your life. This path you're on, you may be too far gone, you may not be. You know what you're gonna end up as? A tweaker on the sidewalk. You're going to be a sidewalk tweaker who just jumbles and rambles and gibbers nonsense while you're drunk. You sound like a drunk sidewalk tweaker. That's what you sound like right now. And the reason is you sound that way is because you've isolated yourself from the world. You've isolated yourself from everyone. And you think you know it all. And everyone else is a piece of shit. And you isolate yourself. Because only you can be trusted. You don't trust any other human being, right? So you're gonna end up as a sidewalk tweaker on the street, shitting your pants in front of the world. And the saddest part of all, if you come from the background you say you do, that you're a union worker, that you're a technician for motorcycles, and you were working metal sheets and whatnot, one of the only places in this country where you would find comrades, where you would find people that have your back, people that would actually go out of their way to help you if you needed it, would be our Communist Party. And your name, you should feel ashamed of yourself, to be honest. I'm not here to shame you. I just want you to feel that way. Your name is Kami Killa. You know, if you were ever in need and you asked us, your community was in need, us communists would be the ones going down and making a difference. If you were working at your workplace and your boss was treating you poorly and unjustly, who would have your back? You think these right-wing schizophrenic retards are going to have your back and show out for you and give you that solidarity? You think that these dumb fucks watching BitChute documentaries that you talk to, these tweakers that are on crack cocaine all the time, you think they're going to have your back? No, it's the fucking Communist Party that'll have your back. So take some time to reflect on what that means. You created a whole identity based on hating communists without even talking to them or caring to educate yourself about their perspective. And no, get it. I get it. There's a lot of people that are calling themselves left and they're calling themselves socialists that are just about, you know, like demon spawn straight out of hell. But I'm on my honor telling you what me and all my other comrades know for fact, that all these people are fucking sellouts that are on the payroll of the capitalist class. And the reason we are as isolated as we are is because we didn't sell out and we actually are fucking communists. So that's the situation that you're dealing with here. And this is the Communist Party you are now here confronting. The fucking real ones who never sold out, who are actual fucking communists. So let me give you that introduction before you start going on your spiels and rambling and gibbering in the way you are. Go ahead.
I mean, that was beautiful, you know, especially the part where you like predicting, you know, where I'll be. As if, like I said, I lived in left wing Marxist ideology. I grew up there, and everybody's fleeing those cities in mass exodus.
Where'd you grow up?
Jamaica, Queens, bro.
Jamaica,
Like,
Queens was at no point in fucking history a Marxist communist society. All right, get your head out of your fucking ass and wake up to reality.
It's leftist ideology. Again,
No, it's capitalist.
commies can
It
never
is
understand why they're
capitalist
first to the
liberal
gulag.
ideology.
You can never understand why you're the first to the gulag every fucking time. You could talk that sweet game, but doesn't mean people of faith put any faith in other men. Because as much as you could say what you will do and this and that, the truth is any civilization over 500 people, the strong always take control of the weak. It's fucking history.
So by your own logic, all these people that you think are bad who are in power, they are the strong and you are the weak. So why bitch? Why are you complaining?
Not at all. And
Why are
here's the
you
funny
coming on
part.
my space and bitching about nature? This is natural law according to you.
Most of your comrades here are in other fucking countries. Like, you know, you're trying to steal communism from the left and paint it and give it to the right, when meanwhile, no person on the right would even
We don't give a
communist
fucking
time
damn
of
about the
thought.
right. Didn't I just tell you that all these people on the right are a bunch of fucking sellouts?
Power only works two ways. Far right government is no government.
All right.
Okay?
So no government. That's what you propose. No government.
No, I'm a 1776 motherfucker.
No, you fucking
I
aren't.
stand on the
If you were a 1776 motherfucker, you would go to acp.us/join and fucking join us.
A commie cosplaying. My founding fathers hated communism.
Your founding fathers are fucking dead, and meanwhile, the capitalist class is destroying our constitution and taking over our republic. So who the fuck are you sitting here calling yourself commie killer when your real enemies are the capitalist class, if you care about our republic?
Capitalist class, bro. No, sir. Like, nothing is stopping you from.
Why are you yelling at me and not Bill Gates? Why are you yelling at me and not?
I do.
No, you fucking don't. You're here attacking the chairman of the Communist Party.
You know, every right winger looks at a communist, you know, and it's just like MAGA communism. It's just like I can't. The ideologies like don't even work. The point of communism is, you know, to fulfill the
Common
need.
good, the common good, the common man, the common prosperity.
But you know, when does it
That's
stop?
what it.
You know, when does it stop? You got to fight for everybody, man. You got to fight for everybody. You know, those low tax.
No, you fight for our country, and then you want to fight for the world.
No,
well,
you got to fight.
you have to first take care of your own house
is your
first.
community. Communism is your community.
All right.
But like,
what's wrong with that? What's wrong with taking care of your community?
Prove it. You know, and like, that's the whole thing.
What I said, what is wrong with it? I didn't. What do you mean, fucking prove it? I asked you, what is wrong with taking care of your community? Go ahead, sir. I just unmuted you. Go ahead and speak. Are you drunk? Yes or no? Are you drunk? Yes or no? Are you drunk? Yes or no? Unmute yourself.
Bro, I've been sober for 13 years.
Good.
Does this usually work?
Congratulations.
Does this usually work for you? I mean, like, do you try
Buddy,
to
your
be
name
real
is
to
literally
people?
Kami Killa. You've been nothing but disrespectful this whole time.
Because it's treason here in the United States, motherfucker.
What the fuck are you talking about? You sound crazy.
Communist Control Act of 1954. You
And the
better register
and the freaking bullshit in Tar and Feather Act of 1776. It doesn't fucking matter. Our government is occupied by a bunch of fucking oligarchs in Wall Street, and we're all around the fucking world, Wall Street, the city of London. Why the fuck are you talking about some fucking law in 1956 or 54 when we don't even have a republic anymore and it's just a total fucking dictatorship of a deep state capitalist class? You sound like an
It's not
idiot.
capitalist, you motherfucker.
Call
It's
it whatever
not
the
capitalist.
fuck you want, but we communists have
You
no
better
part in
start
it.
picking your words right, god damn it, because
We've got no goddamn part in it.
Capitalism is what makes, you know, supply and demand. That's you know, that's capitalism. You know, you could start your own business, be a good boss. You know, you could.
So why haven't you done that? Why are you still working for someone else? Why haven't you done it yourself?
I have my own company. You
Oh,
know, I'm
yeah?
a certified Harley Davidson technician. I fix bikes on my side. This is what I choose to do with my life. You know, there's nothing you could say, you know, say like, oh, well, this is going to be you. This, you know, I've lived this. Like, you know, some of us have spent decades.
You sound like a goddamn raving lunatic attacking communists and attacking people who wish you no
Who do you
harm.
think ushered in this globalism? I just find it hilarious that
The fucking Rockefellers and the capitalists, who I don't know what to tell you.
Bro,
These were the people who had the grand vision for the global system where the U.S. would have dollar hegemony and it would Bretton Woods. All this shit, it all comes from the capitalist class.
You should look. You and the Rockefellers, okay, and you know J.P. Morgan.
Yeah, literally,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah, okay. Those aren't capitalists. Okay, let's talk about.
Listen, buddy. You can use whatever words you want. I just want to know one thing. I just want to know one thing. No. I use whatever goddamn words you want, right?
What year did the Fed start?
Listen, you can use whatever goddamn words you want, but at the end of the day, I want to ask you one question.
Language is important.
How will the American people rise up and restore justice without the working class pooling together their resources and challenging those that have a monopoly and own our wealth? Because if you own our wealth, if you own the factories and you own the land and you own the natural wealth and the oil, if you own all those things, you do whatever the fuck you want. Currently, the people that own all that shit are at war with the American people. So the only way to restore justice is if the working class pools together their own power, which is just all they own is their own labor, right? They pool together their own power and they overthrow this capital or this you don't like the word capitalist, the property owning class, whatever you want to call it. So what's your alternative? What's your alternative to what I just said? Give me your alternative.
Well, globalists responded to that fight with tens of millions of foreigners in every country in all these capitalistic.
So what is well here's the thing. It doesn't matter how many foreigners they import as long as the workers that are here now come together and unite. There's no mountain they can't climb. Now you tell me something else. You tell me that you have a different view.
All right, let's put things in perspective, okay? Obama deported 5 million people in 8 years. That's 1,800 people a day.
Mm-hmm.
Globalists let in 20 plus million in the past 4. For us to get back to pre-Biden is over 15,000 plus people a day deported.
So what is your solution?
So the eat the rich crowd just got eaten. I just want you to know that.
So what is your solution? What's your solution?
Well, first off, mass deportations.
You're not going to deport 20 million people. It's not happening. I promise.
Well, that's why this country is gone. And that's
So
why,
you have no
this is-
solution. You see the difference. You
no,
see, you're a
no,
nihilist. You got
see,
nothing. You gave up.
no, you see, you're cutting me off. Did I say that? Did I say that?
So
No, I
what's
didn't.
your damn solution?
Pretending that and I have nothing wrong, like every communist, in history, their heart means well, but there's going to be people that use that, for their own demise, and it's just
That's everything
no
in life.
no
That's
no
everything.
form of government. All right, but I want to go back to what caused this.
No, I want to go. I want to go to your
No, the
solution.
Fed.
I
No,
want
no,
your. I want your solution, sir. What's your solution?
the solution. No, well, you got to know the problem before you figure out how to fix it.
No, I want to know your
No,
solution.
no,
You give
that's
me your
how it
solution.
works. That's how it works.
No, it don't work that way, sir. I could give you a 5-hour lecture.
Federal Reserve
I could
started
give you
when?
a 5-hour lecture about how I think the
Who's
system works, and we don't have time for that. So tell me what your
all right,
solution
well,
is.
I'll send your followers down a
Okay, so
rabbit
give me
hole.
your solution.
Who sunk the Titanic, and what was the purpose of that for? Because that's what started. You brought up the Rockefellers.
Buddy,
You
what is
brought
your
up the
damn
Rockefellers.
solution?
You brought up the
Buddy, what is
Rockefellers.
your damn solution to the problem?
Not leeching, not being a commie cosplayer for
Okay,
starters.
so your solution is doing nothing. Do I
No,
have you
that's
right?
not.
I just gave you a damn solution. It's about the workers uniting. What's your solution?
I just find it funny that
I
you
don't give
actually
a
think.
fuck about what you find funny. I'm asking for your solution, sir. This country needs solutions. People of this country need solutions, or else this country has no future. What is your solution to the fucking problem? Give it to me.
And somehow you think somehow workers united somehow makes you like high in this argument. Somehow
I
you
don't
think that
claiming to be high, low, medium, or anywhere in between.
everybody on the right wing
I just gave
stands
you
with their
what I
neighbor.
think, in my humble opinion, is the only strategy to actually confront the powers that be. What's yours? Give me yours.
The middle class is the right wing.
I
So
don't
I mean
give a damn about these labels. What is your
that's why the
solution to the
MAGA
problem,
communists.
sir? What is your solution?
That's the only reason why you could talk to MAGA, because MAGA
What
is the working
is
class.
your solution?
Not
You
starting a
ain't
fake
got
commie club, not starting a fake commie club that'll get people in trouble, for
Sir, I don't know who you are. If you met us communists, you wouldn't have an issue with us. That's the sad thing. You're just a keyboard warrior who hates us from afar. But if you knew who we were, if you knew about the work we do, you would not have this, you would not be talking this smack that you're talking. You would tip your hat to us and bow your head in respect. What the hell is your problem? We're just a bunch of people trying to improve our country, and here you are with no solutions at all to the problems you talk about, throwing dirt on us. It kind of sounds like you just want to lose and you just want to be defeated. Now, give me your solution to prove me wrong. Go ahead.
I have trouble. I got a big thumb. A silly little mic button. Um, it's more than that, and I hear the sincerity in your. There's no doubt in my mind that you yourself and all your people want to do the right thing, and like anybody who's against communism pretty much knows that, and who's the underliers and who the people that ruin the movement, and it's just it's just beyond all your answers you think are in some propaganda book that you could find that's over 100 years old.
No, that's not
That's
true.
and
Think at all. Look,
you know
look. Can
bro,
I
I'm
call you a
telling you,
name? Do you have a name I could call you? Because I don't want to keep calling you Commie Killer. Can I call you any kind of other name?
call me Bob.
All right, Bob. So listen, Bob. I'm gonna just tell you the truth. Among communists, people that call themselves communists and people that call themselves socialists, there's a lot of rotten, nasty people, just like any other group of human beings. That's the truth. Among Christians, there's a lot of rotten, nasty people. A lot. Any label you name it, there's a bunch of rotten, evil, nasty people, right?
Agreed,
Right?
absolutely.
So instead of painting us all in one brush and saying you're all rotten and nasty because there's AOC and all these rotten, nasty people, Why don't you understand that we're trying to fight for the good? We are the ones who are fighting for the right path and for the right thing. And these sellouts that have sold out to capitalists and have sold out to the wealthy, moneyed elite, these people have no principles, and they're some of our biggest. We're not
It's
their enemies.
bankers, buddy.
We
It's
call them
just
what you call
bankers.
them bankers, call them
You
what you
know,
want. But these people, we don't even go to war with them. They attack us. And we're out here holding out, fighting for good. And you're sitting there saying, no, it's all a lost cause. Everything's
no, but bro, I've been dealing with communists. Like again, I grew up in a leftist, city and state. Communists
you
used
want
to
you want to
throw
know why leftists have the
communists used to
you,
throw
you
parades.
want to know why
I've
you want
physically
to know
met
why
more
leftists have the
communists
power that
than
they do?
you could pretend to have in this
Sir, do
club
you
right
want to
now.
know why leftists have the power that they do?
Oh, absolutely.
They have the power that they do because there's a grain of truth in what they say and what they believe. That's why they have the power that they do. They manipulate the good fact, the bad rotten ones at least. They manipulate the fact that human beings, we do want justice. We do want to put an end to the oppression of the people in this country, right? But a lot of the bad, corrupt ones, they take that, they manipulate it, and they turn it into a way to abuse other people. That doesn't mean you give up on the good cause, the good left
No, but
cause.
every government has
That doesn't
infiltrated.
mean you go to the right and give up on the whole thing. It means you stand your ground, you
Every
fight for what's right, fight for what's good.
every government gets
Correct. And
infiltrated.
you know what that means?
Every
True. You
government.
know what?
Every
That's
government.
exactly correct. And you know what that means? That means it's the responsibility of anyone whatsoever who wants
But
to fight.
that's
It's
not leftist ideology.
Yes, it is. Yeah, you're
You've
right.
seen Marx.
Every government gets infiltrated. That's absolutely true. Every government gets infiltrated, which is
All
why
right,
it's
but you gotta
incumbent,
know.
which is why, let me
I
finish,
want.
which is why, let me finish. It's incumbent upon anyone fighting for justice and fighting for what's right to
Well,
fight
I
those
want.
infiltrators and never lose their vigilance and never ever stop fighting for the right thing. And it's always
And this is where before you go on, so I agree with a lot what you just said. But again, you for all your listeners and all these quote unquote communists, like when you look at a candidate, power only works two ways. Power is either be put towards the government or power is going to be put to the people. There's only one party right now putting power to the states, aka the people, and that's the right. And that's the way it's always going to be. The
the
left.
states are not the people. The states are bought and sold and paid for. They're all owned.
Oh no! See now, this is we are a constitutional republic. This is why I
You just said
purposely
we're
moved.
not. You just said we're not a
This
constitutional republic. You think only the federal government is captured? The states are just, they're even worse. They're
not
corrupt. They're owned by all
not
these tycoons and people, the moneyed elite. They control everything in the states. I live in Michigan.
agreed.
Hey, I live
Agreed
in
on a
Michigan.
small.
I live in Michigan. You think Gretchen Whitmer is only here because the federal government put her there? No, it's not the federal government that put her here. It's all the moneyed elites that live here in Michigan that made sure she's the governor right here. So
Well, absolutely. But but you got to realize that the power only goes one way, and like the left, aka I hate to say communists, they love attacking education because you got to indoctrinate. You can't really, I've been knocking communists down. About 15 of your guys blocked me this week because none of them can answer basic questions, and they said, the cons, you're gonna re-educate me. About 15 people left it on you to re-educate me today,
mhm.
and it's just like that
What
that
if I
that's
told
so
you
that's so blind. That's so blind
the only way to
because
give power to the people?
they can't understand the simple power
Well,
structure
no, maybe
because
they just have jobs and they don't have time. But let me tell you the truth. The only way you can
oh
give
yeah, I'm sure that's it.
the only that's absolutely true. I know my people.
Well,
They're hard workers.
the
They work.
deflect.
Anyway,
Yeah,
look,
and they're in low tax, right wing, low government, everything opposite that Marx stood for. Because like again, the government to guarantee these things,
that's not,
it
you've
never
got it all
stopped.
twisted. You've got it all
No,
twisted. You got it all wrong. The only
no, I
way
don't.
to give power back to the people is if you have power. You got to take power away from the elites before you can give it back to the people. And the only way you take power away from the
And
Bill
they
Gates,
answered that call worldwide with wide open borders, and tens of millions of people now here are quote unquote eating the rich. I just find it funny.
there's,
People thought that
look,
that would be them.
it's
People thought it would be them. That was cute. 90% of the people don't eat 3 square meals a day, and fleeing communism, walked 1,000 miles to be here.
who's
But
fleeing. Look, the only people fleeing communism that are coming here are the people whose countries were ruined and devastated because we are trying to destroy those countries at all costs and
you got
keep
to be
them down, just like
specific.
Cuba.
My dog exercises more rights than any Chinese. You know,
Hey,
that
you
steals our
got it so full of shit and backward, it's crazy. You've lived in a
what,
topsy-turvy world that's totally.
bro? Are you kidding? Like Chinese slave labor. They've been stealing our patents for the past
The
like
Chinese slave,
decades.
you have no idea what's going on in China. China is surpassing us. Their middle class lives way better
They
than they
steal
eat
all
better.
our intellectual property rights. You
Even
can't
if that was
sue them.
true, which is not, but even
We
if
grow all. What
who
do you mean
gives
if
a
that's
damn about
true? That is
intellectual
true.
property? Who gives a damn
That
about
is a fact. That is a fact, sir.
listen, who gives a damn about intellectual property? Because I don't. And you're here talking about China. They're laughing at you, sir. They're living fine in China. You're out here with your 80 proof, rambling. You're attacking China when the enemy's at home. Why is that, sir? Go ahead.
I mean, they're here. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, Gavin Newsom just flew CCP flags in California and hit his homeless. I mean, uh, uh, you know, that is probably the most absurd thing. Again, giving them credit for stealing our intellectual. We grow their own food.
What the hell do you
They
mean
can own.
our? What do you mean our? Do we benefit from it? The
What
intellectual
do you mean?
property? You mean the intellectual property that's owned by the big companies and corporations that the average citizen like you and we can't have that intellectual property. It's not ours. Don't say it's ours. It doesn't belong to us.
Have you ever tried to start a patent? I have.
I couldn't make an
You
iPhone
know
and
the
I can't
process.
because of that
You know
one
the
guy, which
process.
is, hey, look, because of that one Tim Cook, I can't make an iPhone in my garage. They'll put me in jail because I stole it. Their intellectual property. How is it
They
ours?
steal.
It ain't
They
ours.
steal. You could come up with something right now in your basement. You yourself, awesome. You could put all
No,
the R&D. You could no. Don't tell me no. People do it all the time.
nope,
You could put the R&D
nope,
and put all the time in, and you can let it hit the market.
nope,
All China
nope,
has
no
to do
such
is
thing.
see it. All China has to do is see it, where they don't follow any patent law in all of the EU,
You know
all over the world.
what kind of,
They have Chinese kids
sir,
making.
can you put your mask back on? Because you sound like a triple, quadruple vaxxed mat. You sound like a mask wearer. Are you wearing a mask right now? You sound muffled under that mask. Because I want to tell you, you kind of sound like some of them NPCs that are upset that China exposed the entire fake Birkin bag industry. Because all these people, there was something called Birkin bags. They say, oh, it's made in Italy. They think there's some Italian guy with a mustache who's got pizza and he's got a twirly mustache, a fancy one, and he's sitting weaving some bags somewhere in Italy. And he's making them all with this fine precision and he's doing it meticulously and he's this artisanal artiste, doing this. And then the Chinese came and they said, "Hey, Americans, this whole thing you think about Birkin bags, here's the factory where we make them. We make them here and then they get sent to Italy and they just put their stamp on it and to make it say it's made in Italy. It's not made in Italy. It's made in the Chinese factories." And you're upset. You think that's wrong. You saying that's, oh my God, sir, come on. Let's wake up to reality. Go ahead.
Why do you love capitalism when China does it? I mean, it's unbelievable.
So
You
should
know,
we have what China has if that's capitalism?
you, no. My dog
So
exercises more
it's
rights
no
than a
longer
Chinese.
capitalism
My
when we
dog
propose it.
exercises more rights than any Chinese.
But I
They
thought
come
that's
here.
capitalism. I thought you were okay with capitalism. What are we talking about here?
I'm showing the fallacy in your argument. Saying that
Sir, you are pent up with a bunch of bullshit, and I recommend you take a break.
Bullshit. What, bro? You can't deny the fact. About globalism. The working man just got fucked worldwide. Tens of millions of people all across
And the
Europe.
only way the working man will win is if the working man stops going on Twitter spaces and yelling at the people that are actually trying to build a workers' party. The working man will win when the working man understands that they have the power to define this country however they want it to be, as long as they
And that's
cool their.
exactly what the right wingers are doing.
They ain't doing shit. The whole right
Well,
wing.
maybe not. And I'll agree.
The whole
You should look up
GOP,
George
the
Lincoln.
Republican Party, is
You
a
should look up
total
George
bot.
Lincoln Rockwell.
It's all
George Lincoln Rockwell. Listen to just one of our grandfathers from about 50 years ago.
you're
You sound like one of him.
nonsense. Anyway, you've taken up too much time talking about a bunch of nonsense. And we have no solutions from you, sir. I want you to think about it more. I want you to reflect on your stupidity more and have some self awareness. And I want you to basically, I want you to think about what an absurd position you've cornered yourself in, talking about a bunch of nonsense, bunch of total nonsense. Um, so anyway, let's bring on. Okay, Farrakhan is here. I don't think this is the Louis Farrakhan, but it's someone who has their name. Go ahead, Louis. Go ahead. Go ahead and speak, sir. Go. Okay, you can't speak. That's okay. We can remove you. All right. All right. Well, there we go. Not speaking. Sewell, there was a lot of people requesting. I can't see any of them. Can you bring some people up? Hang on.
Yeah,
Tell me
I'm bringing
first.
people up. I'm bringing people up.
Tell me who first.
Um, so let's see. We got a lot of people. We have Orange. He's a Sudani guy. You've spoken to him before. We have a Black Flag communist. We have a ACP member, Kami Killa, trying to be speaker again. Then we've got like three people who are just very small accounts. I can't really
So we don't want
discern.
any people that are already in the party, and we don't want
Uh-huh.
people that have been on before. So bring up people that are new, basically.
Okay, I think
Yeah.
this person is new, so here you go.
Yeah. Okay, there's a Psychonaut. I think I've talked to this person before. Anyway, go ahead, Psychonaut.
Am I about to get skipped over?
What's your opinion on
Am I getting skipped?
the original CPUSA?
He was
No.
apparently a staunch conservative, like not in the broad sense, like, but in the hardline sense, relative to what came after. But we don't really glorify him because we have the view that everything kind of went downhill after Foster left.
From what I understand, essentially, he was
I've
more
never been
aligned
on
to the
before.
central Marxist-Leninist line, but during the 60s and 70s,
No.
he essentially began to welcome in individuals like Angela Davis and all that, and they sort of then, as he got older,
Yeah, he
basically
was like a
started to
centrist.
completely derail.
He compromised with revisionism big time, but he didn't fully give in. But he definitely, um, it's
This is
complicated, I guess. We don't hold
crazy.
him in the same light that we do Foster. It's definitely not.
Y'all, did I just wait 4 hours? It says I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Did I just wait four and a half?
Running for the presidency every 4 years scenario.
Right.
But is that essentially like subject to change? Is if it in some
any policy
essentially like
could potentially, nothing is set totally in stone, but we don't foresee it in the near future just because the cost and resource intensity of that is too high. And also we've learned something, which is we know that, in the past you had to run a presidential campaign to get attention, right? You don't need to do that in an age that's already an information age. You can take advantage of the heightened political atmosphere that come with presidential elections, but you don't have to run a candidate yourself, in our estimation.
Yeah, so it would be like if in like some out there scenario, it was like a Ross Perot or even like a Ralph Nader situation where it was showing like you would actually have a chance of getting like matching funds and like 10-15% of the vote, then it would become subject to change or something.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, we want to build up before something like that. So,
What essentially going forward is, I know that for a long time when you were back on YouTube doing streaming, you were for a while with the whole damn Jehu 0 hours thing. Have you essentially shelved a lot of like the dismantle the federal government, from what I understand, stuff for now?
um, I just, it's not clear. I mean, we're not really putting ourselves in a position where we feel that we have the power to influence that in any way. I think is really where we're at right now. But I mean, it's not going to happen. Doge got shut down. Elon got kicked out of the government. Clearly, they're not interested in that happening. So it probably wouldn't happen. Um,
But I would say that like the way that Elon admitted that essentially like him shutting down the government and like rationalizing it would essentially be like the same effect to America and the global economy, as if America just defaulted on its debt and the entire economy
right. I mean,
collapsed.
that it shows
He is,
we didn't know what Elon was doing or what its significance was. A lot of people were saying it's a privatization scheme. It's all part of some bigger agenda. We didn't know, right? And then we saw how it was all shut down, and it became pretty obvious that this was not something that was part of any big plan. It seems like he really did want to go too far for that the institution or the system would allow.
yeah, but it was essentially like in his like basically like cope tweets as to why like, oh well, sigh, he essentially admits that like the 0 hours sort of premise is correct in a sense, but actually trying to like undo Keynesianism at this stage would essentially have the same effect as just causing a metabolic collapse
Yeah, it would.
of
It
the
would.
economy.
Yeah, it would. Um, we think it will collapse. I mean, we think it's coming. We just think that we don't believe we can have influence that in any way. We just can prepare for the consequences, I guess.
You know, I wish I was still. I wish Commie Killer had been kept on because the second like someone goes for like George Lincoln Rockwell, that's like the
That's
you're
isn't
hitting like
that the Nazi guy?
he was like a commander of a U.S. submarine in World War II, and like during the Civil Rights Movement, he was like actually like I'll wear like a Nazi armband and just like scream at like
Yeah,
the
he
white
was.
people.
Yeah, he was the Nazi Party guy. Yeah, that's him. Yeah. Tom, thank you. That guy is pretty far gone. He's pretty down far the rabbit hole, which is sad because this guy I could tell on otherwise he would probably be he wouldn't have gone down such a dark path, but he's so far gone that it's just difficult to
The
persuade people like
the
that.
thing like it's like I think there's like a sort of like there's people who have like essentially like the JQ Wignat worldviews they hold, but there's still like a threshold where when you start actually like the guy that's like actually wearing the Nazi armband walking down the street, that's like a pretty clear sign you've gone past the
They've gone, yeah, they're pretty
like
far
jibber
gone.
jabber.
They've pretty committed to it, and it's pretty sad.
Oh, did you mute?
Sorry, I was just addressing something on stream. But yeah, I mean,
Oh yeah.
I think there is a threshold where like you can't really you could if you like spent so much resources and energy and time on it, But at a certain point, you got to cut your losses and be like, okay, this person is just way too far gone, which is sad, but it's just the truth. If someone is right at the end of the pipeline of the far right and they're like there, we're trying to intercept a lot of that. We try to intercept it. But once they go there, it's there's really it's really just kind of almost impossible to get people out of that.
Yeah, the
People that are like straight up like swastika types.
like the straight up swastika types in America have always been like related to the U.S. government in some way.
Yeah, yeah, and the criminal
If you look at if you look at the
You're not me.
guy who wrote that, like it's the ghost mask from Call of Duty, like that Siege James Mason guy. He's a member of he was a member of the Church of Satan, which was then directly linked to the CIA and FBI
Yep.
through Aquino.
Yep, the guy with the eyebrows. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's a
And
glowy, weird world, and it's very nasty, and we're trying to prevent this pipeline, and we're trying to intercept people from going down that path, but people get caught up in it, and unfortunately, they just walk past a point of no return. Anyway,
have
thank you so much for coming.
sorry.
Appreciate it. So there's a guy named Islamism Stalinism defender.
Yeah, I was just about to bring him up. I was just about.
Well, he sounds like he already agrees with us, so we don't really need to bring him up.
Oh, okay.
There's a guy named Dual Aspect Marxist. I don't know what the hell this is, so we'll give this person a chance. Dual Aspect, what's going on?
I'll wait it out, y'all.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? Very interested in your project. I'm consider myself a Marxist because I don't really talk in a lot of these spaces. So I'll just go forward. My question is, on the platform for the ACP, I don't see anything about environmentalism. Not to sound like a dead brain hippie. I understand that the sort of globalist climate change initiatives
Do we
and
not
rhetoric
mention
has done a lot
anything
of
at
damage.
all?
Not as far as I'm aware, and I could be wrong. It's something I could have missed.
Yeah, you're right.
But
I don't.
based on
I
some
think
interactions I
we
had with
talk
some
about the closest thing is we talk about the public works and service army to provide relief from like environmental disasters and stuff. But yeah, I think actually I remember. I think at the time we wanted to kind of leave it open. If you want to know, my view is that I'm of the persuasion that ecology and Marxism should be combined in some way. Uh, but
I think they have to be, because
yeah,
I think Marxism
but to me,
without that
ecology doesn't just
ecological
mean conservation.
piece
I don't.
informing what the movements of Marxism
I'm
Right,
just
but
gonna
I
listen to
don't have
the
Has.
crisis that capitalism is perpetuating,
I don't
right?
have a
Infinite
conservation.
growth.
I don't have a conservationist notion of ecology, though. I'm talking about ecology in the sense of a perspective on understanding the various um, uh, I don't know what to call them without using jargon. The processes of nature that are just at such a scale and at such a level that they cannot be like reduced to a technological paradigm of just pure manipulation. So these things, a Chinese view really is what interests me, to be honest, of ecology. It's very different from the Western one.
Yeah.
The Western view of ecology just kind of seems to be like Avatar, which I reject that paradigm a lot. But
Yeah. There's a lot of Western
so yeah,
fantasy,
and also ecology.
sort of around that
I
idea
don't
of
like the
ecology. But I
prejudice.
think that idea is exactly right. Specifically, what you said about the idea of
Yeah, because I
there
don't
there are
like this
natural forces that
prejudice.
are bigger than can be
Yeah, and I don't like
reined
the.
in or
I don't like.
contained by human
There's a few things.
ingenuity that we need to, like, by to certain extents, abide
Right.
by or
There's
align with, right?
there's a few things about ecology that I dislike as far as how that word is used. One is the association just with green plants. I think that's
Yeah.
wrong because the environment and ecology is also related to things like geology and hydrothermal vents under the ocean and
Yeah,
volcanoes and deserts and destructive things as well. And I don't like how that's not included in what people comprehend as nature. I also dislike the association only with like friendly, cute endangered species and not like the ugly,
sure.
hideous animals that are probably necessary for the stability of an environment. Um, and so there's all sorts of prejudice
Yeah,
of the green movement.
Haas, I 100% agree with
Yeah,
you. I guess my real question is like how does this nascent movement like reframe that in the ways that you're talking about? Because I happen to come at this from somewhat of a spiritual perspective. That doesn't have to be relevant at all, but I think that the realizing that nature is not all cute and cuddly, that there are forces that will kill us. There are cycles of nature that will bring us back down a peg over time. Like forest fires are necessary, floods happen, hurricanes happen. That we're never going to like reach a point of technological attainment that allows us to leave this behind.
right.
Right? We have to learn how to incorporate. So the long term, not long termism in like the tech bro ideology, but like long termism in what I would imagine is a socialist long termism is like communism into the future should be like a perpetual movement that figures out how humans reintegrate with ecology in on that level,
I think
on
that
the level of
I think
real
the
real.
dialectic is such that it's like this. In order to deepen the development of the productive forces, there needs to increasingly be uh, 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 um, a deeper comprehension of the laws of nature, right?
100%.
I don't see the two as contradictory. I don't see the need to unleash the productive forces to continually do that forever as incompatible with an ecological perspective. I actually think the two, I agree with the Chinese view that
Is
the
he gonna
two
be
rely on each
friends?
other.
Yeah.
You need to, the individual centric notion of technology is the problem, in my view. We're
Yes.
reaching a scale of civilization, the so-called Anthropocene, where there are technologies at scale that are not necessarily the result of intentional planning and engineering, right? They're artificial, they're consequence of human intervention, but they are not necessarily the part of some kind of like conscious plan, right? And AI is similar to this. I mean, we're entering an era of AI. AI is profoundly related to ecology, actually. A lot of people don't understand this, that these are trending in the same direction of world history because AI, it aggregates trends and data and so on and so on, and but it's not necessarily a direct input and output. So this
Yeah.
perspective that's based on the aggregation of a bunch of different disparate individual phenomena and kind of like deriving
I
common
was giving him half.
variables and outcomes and conclusions from that. I think that's really what we're talking about. So we're all talking about the same thing, basically, like all the different effects on nature that technology has.
Yeah.
There,
I mean, not having ever interacted with you before on this level, I've been pleasantly surprised
Mhm.
by the things that you just uh, had at hand to say about the situation in terms of your understanding of ecology being broader than kind of the pop culture
Right,
wants out there.
right. It's the pop
Yeah,
culture
I
thing that I
appreciate that.
really don't like because it's a type of romanticism of nature that is just
Hmm.
nonsense. But ecology in general is a much more broader category. I think is a higher level and a higher perspective in general that I think is more advanced when it comes to comprehending the relationship, the various relationships and processes within nature.
Yeah.
Because the metaphysical view predating ecology, we were talking about the Cartesian mechanical view of nature, or
Hmm.
the notion that it's like pure determinism of causes and effects. I think that
Yeah.
this is what
Reductive materialism,
the mechanical
which is
material.
adjacent to
Yeah, I think it's part of
Cartesian dualism.
the
Yes.
secret behind my view is I really think that the ecology is just a way to smuggle in dialectical materialism, back into the conversation.
I think. I mean, the way that I think that ecological systems are working on a longer time scale. So,
Yeah,
dialectical materialism generally is concerned with human society. And
That's
it's
true, but
swings back
it
and forth.
doesn't have to.
But I
That's
think
the
on a
great thing.
larger scale, that shit is applies in terms of what we might understand as apocalypse.
Also, and I'll say a final thing
You know,
that is that
the
also
nature itself has this pendulum swing as
I'll say
as
one
it
final
spirals
thing
through.
about this,
Yeah.
which is that uh, it's also time to start applying the scale of human civilization itself longer, because
Yes.
there are patterns of human civilization, Chinese, Russian, whatever, Middle Eastern. It's not reducible to the modern framework of classical pre-Leninist Marxism, which just basically kind of is a very enclosed time frame. There is a larger reality of the civilizational development that is not you know of
I think humans have been doing human things for a long time,
well, not just that,
and
but
it didn't always result in
there
the
are
kind of violent
particular
destruction we see
civilizations,
today.
even like the Chinese. It's like 5,000 years old. There's patterns
Absolutely.
in that history that are at the scale. They may as well be like of natural things. So
Or civilizations have had the time to like see the progression of the
right,
stars,
right.
of larger cosmic cycles.
Yeah, so I think, to me, my appreciation of ecology, to sum it up, it comes down to my insistence upon a greater appreciation of the reality of civilization itself as something that is of a much greater scale than anything that can be reduced to individual concepts, individual subjectivities, individual experiences, lifetimes, and so on and so on. So
Yeah,
it's
it's
very
bigger than the individual. Yeah,
seamlessly communistic for me. So there you go.
100%, man.
All right,
I'm very very gratified to hear you say that.
cool.
Well, if I could say one more thing, how do you take that into the platform, and how do you sell that to the people, to the working class
Well,
people who
for now,
maybe
all
don't
we
have that fucking understanding?
propose is a public works and service army to mobilize human beings in the midst of the inevitable disasters to come.
Yes, indeed.
But I think it would probably be part and parcel of the general policy of economic planning, and planning at the scale of the thing about ecology. You can't just do it in one country. You need a global level of coordination,
Yeah,
Getting so
planetary
bad.
scale.
it's both. You can
Yeah, you can
if you,
to an extent, but
it starts in the backyard, but
I think really for
there's
now,
certain things that can
really
have
it
global
would probably
ramifications.
be part of the public works and service army. It's really is drawn
Mm.
from Jameson's Universal Army. That would be a kind of also ecological task force. If they got to go into forests and they've got to plant trees, or they've got to cut down trees for that matter, if they got to introduce a species or remove one for that matter. It's like that's basically probably what would oversee that.
Right. So it'd be like a more of a bureaucratic level sort of thing.
Not necessarily. I mean, the universal army concept, it's very broad. There could be elements of decentralization that are combined with new technologies. Our party already kind of incorporates that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think decentralization is important, given some of that power back to localities.
Anyway, thanks for
So
coming
it's
on.
like,
Appreciate it.
thanks.
So, Sewell, uh,
There's an account here that his name is Ramon. He's got like the Shahada as a profile picture. Would you
Yeah,
like to speak with him?
I'm getting pooped on.
all right. Go. I think I've spoken to this person before. RE with the American flag. Who is this? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi. Sorry. Hi. I was just gonna ask about the recent event about the sorry, I hope that stutter about the Israeli shooting and the shooting in Washington D.C. There's been because I've been trying to keep up. There's been stuff going around. People claim there are some people who claim that that the shooter was a PSL member, while those are saying there might be a false flag attack. There's also been a weird sense of, and also a weird sense of people in the PSL and the DSA trying say they smearing the American Communist Party. So I want to know. I want to know your position. What do you think? Think about the shooting, and why do you think? Considering that many of these organizations are considered left wing, why do you think they're smearing another left wing party like the ACP?
I don't know why anyone would be smearing us about this, but I released my statement on the shooting, and we don't condone violence or encourage it because it's against the law, and it's a quick way to just go to jail, and that's it. You we don't condone it. We don't encourage it. It's adventurism. It's undisciplined. It's individualistic. And that's it. What else can we say?
Okay, I think that's all he wanted to ask. We have a couple other speakers. We have a Central American nationalist. We have Jimmy the Otter. I'm not sure if you've spoken to him before.
I haven't. Bring up the Jimmy the Otter, I guess. And then who else, by the way? Because we'll bring up a few at a time to just speed it up.
We have a member in reserve who wanted to ask you a couple of questions. And then we also have Orange, who has a couple of questions on geopolitics and natural dialectics.
That sounds really fucking boring. I'll bring Michael on.
Okay.
He's the entrepreneur that doesn't like
Yeah,
us.
I brought up Michael.
All right, Michael, go ahead.
Hey man, how you doing? How are things going in the American Communist Party?
It's all great.
Do y'all think I'm gonna make it in?
Okay. Where are you located? Like city wise? Are you in America?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. You know what I love about America
Mm-hmm.
is I can have my opinion, you can have your opinion, and that we may not always get along. However, I will die defending your opinion.
Hey, I appreciate it. We believe the same thing.
Because it is very important to express our ideas, talk to each other,
I
and
agree. We
create
agree totally.
better resolutions.
We totally agree. We totally support the First Amendment. Thanks, Michael, for that. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Reza. What do you have to say? Go ahead, Reza. What's going on?
It shows your mic is unmuted, Reza, but nobody can hear you.
Red Maze, go ahead.
Oh no, I just wanted I understand that First Amendment statement he was making, but when they're deporting people that speak out against Israel, it's kind of hard to make that statement about the U.S. It's I'm a bit advocate. I wonder what your take is for like developing countries to control their own media space, especially when they're targeted by the CIA and other deep state actors.
Yep.
What's your take on that?
That's fine. Not every country has the same culture. Some countries have a different culture when it comes to how they understand the relationship between speech and action, and we have a different. Americans have a different. Americans don't believe there's an intrinsic relationship between speech and action. Americans think that you just say whatever you want. It doesn't matter necessarily until you do something. Other countries take words more seriously because they have a different understanding of how words and acts and norms are related to each other. Other countries they have a more of a connection between how words and discourse regulates the way people act. Americans act not based on discourse, but based on what makes sense to them, what they want to do, whatever. So it's just a very different culture.
I get that, but then it's just like it does kind of push my buttons when they say that, oh, we're free to speak all that we want here, but yet you get
Well, look,
deep
it's yeah,
people get deplatformed. People get deplatformed like you,
I'm aware.
Hinkle,
Yeah,
and you get debanked, deplatformed,
that's true.
and they say all this bullshit about, oh, you're free to say whatever, but when the capitalist institutions don't want you to speak, they're gonna cut you off, and so it's I don't know, it pushes me the wrong way, and I don't know how to articulate what's going on with that, but it's not as
Well, look,
free as
that's
people
true.
like to make it sound.
We don't really have free speech, but for now, they're not throwing us in jail. So we'll continue to fight to at least preserve the First Amendment right. But yeah, it's clearly not in a good situation right now.
All right, comrade. You
Sure.
guys have a good night.
For sure.
Later, guys.
See you later. Bye bye. Okay, I'll Reza, go ahead, and then I'll bring Orange on.
Hey, I have a quick question on China's economy because when I look at it, what I see is something that was very similar in Germany before they turned into like a neoliberal hellhole, which is their social market economy. Basically, like like some sort of market economy that has their social values. They tied their social values to what they call the Christian values. The
Yeah, I
Chinese
mean,
seem to tie
some
it
of
to something
the
else.
issue is
Yeah,
that
go ahead.
there's no comparison at all. Because Germany it can call itself whatever it wanted to. It was a Marshall Plan experiment, and moreover, in China, the majority of the means of production are still owned and controlled by the state and the public sector. It's basically there's not even really a real private sector. It's just kind of a facade, even. And China is a dynamic country that has a market, of course, but people who have this idea that it's like a social democratic country, it's just nonsense. China is not, it's not just a country that has a market that also, you know, acknowledges social considerations. It's a country that is fundamentally planned in ways that Germany just wasn't. And also, there's a level of you know, there's a level of sovereignty, economic sovereignty that Germany just never had. So Germany had a central bank, it didn't have a state bank. So that's basically my response to that. But it's just like Orange, go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. I want to ask first, you're familiar with Kojev?
Mm-hmm.
Have you read European colonialism from a European perspective?
No.
No. It's a short lecture he gave to some German businessmen. The gist of the lecture is that that the reason there was no revolution in the major industrialized countries in the West was that he claims the capitalists saw exactly what Marx saw, and following Ford, put some surplus towards the
Hey, what's your
working.
question, by the way?
Yeah.
So what's your question?
My question is what would this say for our understanding of the Cold War as communists? In this case, given that it was the U.S. who adopted this very socialistic system.
Well, it just shows that Marx was right, that capitalism inevitably evolves into its opposite.
Mm-hmm.
That's really it.
Yeah, but he also remarked.
Thank you for the tip. I don't even know. I'm gonna confront the chairman. I'm gonna talk to him eventually.
I mean, I don't like when left comms say this, but he views the Soviets as essentially capitalistic in their development, in their 5-year plans. whereas he views the U.S. In that way. I also want to ask what that would mean for the Sino-Soviet split,
Spawn killed.
like how you would take that with regards to the Sino-Soviet split.
VCP,
Well,
you're
the U.S. was a consumer economy, and the Soviet Union wasn't, because it was building up the basic modern premises of production. And then once it did that, it never.
I'm trying to get on Confront the Chairman, but I think they're trying to skip over me because I'm already in ACP. But we'll see. We'll see. Aren't you ACP aligned? I'm pretty sure you are. I'm pretty sure I was looking at your channel one day.
With Mao was more advanced, and commanded a degree of the mobilization of subjectivities and at a more proximate level with the Cultural Revolution and whatnot, which puts China a little bit more in proximity with a more advanced form of socialism. That it's not just behind U.S. consumer capitalism. China itself, and consumer capitalism had this quality of the extremely highly charged popular subjectivity that was mobilized economically. And in the Soviet Union, you kind of saw a stagnation at that level of the morale of the population. But China revived and rediscovered socialism in the age of consumerism with the Cultural Revolution, more or less.
Yeah.
So that's why China surpasses the U.S. today. You know, it's basically my simplification. But anyway, thank you for your question. Yeah. Anyway, Sewell, who else do we have besides the people that I can already see? Anyone new?
We someone's speaker right now is a Central American nationalist, and then in the request we've got just people who have spoken before.
All right,
and
all right.
then
This will be the last guy then. Nika Nationalist, what's up? What's going on?
What?
We've spoken before, so Sewell, this person has been on before, but thanks for bringing him up. But anyway, Nika Nationalist, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, I'll make this quick because it's Mother's Day here in Nicaragua in about a couple of hours. So,
For sure.
and the wife, yeah. So I'll make this quick. The question is that Nayib Bukele has always entertained this idea of a united Central America. Uh,
I think you've asked us
I guess
about him before.
correct, but like this is more of like building upon that. So this is more of a so we're talking about a political entity in the geopolitical stage. So would the ACP support a Nayib Bukele regime over the Central American entity, or would it support a Sandinista political uh, leadership over the a Central American
We
I guess the
support
stage?
the Sandinistas.
But what I'm asking is that that's your position, but is that the ACP's full position?
Yeah, that's what it would be.
Well, I appreciate the space, man.
For sure. Thank you.
Okay, we have Red Maze who just spoke like 5 minutes ago. A guy with 0 followers and a reserve member.
Who's the 0 follower person?
Tadio.
Who are they?
Tadio.
Yeah, bring them on.
Like
Who's using an alt to come on the space? Well, this will be our last person. Go ahead, bring him on.
I'm gonna krill myself. That was krill, like the shrimp. Like the shrimp, not the other thing that you thought of. I'm gonna make a video and I'm gonna post it right after this. Being like, why won't the chairman talk to me?
What?
Yup. I mean, I just hate that city, it's kind of a cancer on this country.
Any other questions?
I have questions. How's Aldine? I have questions.
You think I could get an answer on that one?
Maybe in 87 days. I'll think about it. It's a really difficult decision. So I have to think about it for 87 days. But in 87 days, if you come back, I'll have an answer.
All right, get back to me when you got a verdict.
For sure. All right. That's that. That's this week's Confront the Chairman, guys. We'll be here next week. So, yeah, we'll be here next week.
Okay, it's been real, y'all. I need to go make a video to post on YouTube about how I got skipped over, ignored, canceled by the chairman of the American Communist Party because that was irritating. And multiple people told me to go and that I would get to speak to him, and I didn't. So that's all I got. Okay, thank you everybody for watching the stream. I'll see y'all later for some more shellshockers.io and not speaking to the chairman. Thank you and goodbye.